encompasses all of space and time, the planets, and more stars than the eye can see. But in October, you won't find brighter stars in the baseball galaxy than in the World Series. The constellation we call the Red Sox has been shining brighter than the diamond on which it plays. The Dodgers, though, are still waiting for a big bang of their own. Can they stop the Red Sox rocket ship and avoid falling into the black hole of an 0-3 deficit? You don't have to be an astrophysicist to know that tonight's game will be out of this world.
Welcome to the World Series, presented by YouTube TV on Fox. It's Game 3 of the World Series with the Boston Red Sox up 2-0. And now welcome inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Joe Buck, along with the Hall of Famer John Smoltz. Well, now we're in the National League city, and what does that mean? Well, National League rules. For the Dodgers, they have a right-hander, Walker Buehler, going, their rookie right-hander who can really bring it. And for the Red Sox, they have their right-hander, and that's important. We'll get to that. Rick Porcello going tonight. But for me, for the Dodgers, Walker Buehler is the right guy with his stuff to try and start to turn this thing around.
Yeah, and he's going to have a loud crowd at his back. He pitched 163. He also pitched Game 7 of the last series to help them get here. So to change the fortunes, his stuff's going to have to play obviously big because the Boston Red Sox lineup has been big all postseason. But really, it's the Dodgers lineup that needs to make adjustments. That adjustment's going to start with the right-hander Porcello on the mound and left-handers in the lineup. You see the power that they possess, but they have to be much better with runners in scoring position. They have to be much better staying off the high fastball. So it starts with Buehler, but it may end with the Dodgers offense.
Yeah, those are the top 4 home run hitters for the Dodgers. They did not start in games 1 or 2 back in Boston. All right, so if we're in a National League city, there's no DH. The pitcher hits. That means that somebody sits, and that somebody tonight is Andrew Benintendi.
Yeah, that's going to be a great weapon coming off the bench for Alex Cora, but everyone forgets that J.D. Martinez played a lot of outfield before he was the DH. They need his bat in the lineup, and for Jackie Bradley Jr., in a pull lineup for the Dodgers, look for the center fielder and right fielder to get most of the action anyway, so they don't lose much defensively, and they keep their two hot hitters in the lineup.
Well, that is the group that's going to take on Walker Buehler, the aforementioned Walker Buehler. For more on the right-hander, let's go down to Tom Berducci.
Well, thanks, Joe. Tonight comes down to a confrontation as old as baseball itself. Power against power. Buehler averages 97 miles an hour with his fastball. Boston, by far, is the best team against elite velocity. In 2 games in Boston, Dodgers pitchers threw 1 pitch as hard as 97. Tonight, in what Dave Roberts calls a must-win game, they need Buehler's power to be better than Boston's bats. Now here's Ken Rosenthal.
Tom, the last time Yasmani Grandal started in the postseason, the fans at Dodger Stadium were chanting, "We want Austin," for his backup, Austin Barnes. It was Game 3 of the NLCS, a miserable night for Grandal, both offensively and defensively. Tonight, he is back in the starting lineup, mostly because he throws better than Barnes, and Buehler is vulnerable to the stolen base. Dave Roberts believes that Grandal might benefit from the reset and even from hitting in warmer weather. Well, we're about to find out.
All right, guys, thank you very much. It is a warm evening in Los Angeles. It should be. It's Los Angeles, and it's Game 3 of the World Series coming your way next. Watch like a fan. Try it free. How about a little World Series summary as we have completed 2 games, and for the Red Sox, 9 of their 12 runs have scored with 2 out. How about the work of David Price in Game 2 and Nathan Eovaldi out of the bullpen? The Dodgers, they set a franchise record for home runs during the regular season. They've hit 1, and Ryan Madsen has allowed all 5 inherited runners to score as the Red Sox have taken control in Game 1 and 2 in the middle innings. Rob Lowe on your left and a pretty good left-hander on your right. The great Sandy Koufax, who we had a chance to talk to before tonight's game. He is incredible, and certainly was when he was out on the mound here at Dodger Stadium. Here's the lineup for the Boston Red Sox, brought to you by Bright House Financial. Top 3, Betts, Bogarts, and Moreland in the middle. It's J.D. Martinez in left, Brock Holt at second, and Rafael Devers, the third baseman. In the back end, Jackie Bradley Jr., Christian Vasquez is the catcher, and Rick Porcello, who can swing the bat. He's pitching and batting 9th. And here's the kid. He's 24. He's got great stuff. This crowd is amped up, and you can bet so's Walker Buehler. Mookie Betts. Strike 1 at 98.
As good as this Red Sox lineup is and has been, they do give you first pitch strikes a lot. So look for Buehler to try to pour in the fastballs, finish them with some breaking stuff later in the count.
Strike 2.
And to overstate an obvious, it is so important here at home to keep the crowd in it, but more importantly, try to get the lead. So put up a 0, because Boston has been unbeatable when they get the lead, and their offense feasts on that kind of rhythm.
They're also undefeated on the road this postseason, 5-0. The 0-2 from Buehler in a good spot at 99. Buehler was really good in a hostile environment, Game 7 of the NLCS in Milwaukee. He didn't go 5. He went 4 2/3, allowed a run on 6 hits, struck out 7, walked nobody, and helped set up the Dodgers for that win, 5-1, to get him here. Another 0-2. And it bounced about 3 feet in front of the plate, ball 1.
That's the pitch he's going to need against the Red Sox. That's the power breaking ball. They're really good, especially Betts, on hard stuff. One of the best in the league. Their lineup on fastballs over 95 miles an hour. But that curveball can be a huge weapon if he has the touch to pound it for strikes, get swings and misses.
Fastball misses, high and tight, 2-2. Again, it's Betts, Bogarts, and Moreland. The Boston Red Sox, who won 108 games during the regular season. Dodgers won their division by winning game number 163, and who was on the mound that day against Colorado to win the division? This kid, Walker Buehler. He was great. Full count.
Well, again, another perfect example of what this team can do. 0-2, 3-2. Got 0-2 really fast, and then trying to make that perfect pitch. This Boston offense, as good as I've seen in a long time at making pitchers just grind out outs.
It was 0-2. Now it's 3-2. Pop up right side. Muncy gives it a look. Out of room. Let's look at the defense for Los Angeles. Jock Peterson starts in left. Cody Bellinger can really range in center, and Yasiel Puig has that cannon hanging off his right shoulder. Then Justin Turner, Manny Machado, Chris Taylor, Max Muncy, and it's Yasmani Grandal. Heard the report from Ken Rosenthal. He struggled defensively, but he's in there starting with Buehler on the mound. Another 3-2. He got him one away.
Awesome start for the youngster, and already showing me that he can get the fastball down. When he gets a little amped up, the fastball goes up, but he was able to make every fastball pitch down and locks up Mookie Betts with 2 strikes.
Now the number 2 hitter, Xander Bogaerts. The 25-year-old shortstop. He was part of a championship team for the Red Sox when he was 21. In the 2013 season, that is down for ball one. And now a little scouting report from Mookie to JD. Here's a 1-0. A ball and a strike. For coverage in this game in Spanish, please tune to Fox Deportes.
With a fastball upwards of 98, 99 miles an hour. You just saw a 96 mile an hour cut fastball. It shows you how many weapons this young man has, and the ability to get back in the strike zone with different pitches.
Wow. 98, a late swing by Bogart, strike two.
You can imagine this is his third huge game, and he already looks way more at ease, having gone through the game 7 and the 163.
Fouled back. Buehler from Lexington, Kentucky. Henry Clay High School in Lexington. Owns the strikeout record there, and his number 12 jersey has been retired. And then to Vandy. And then a first-round pick by the Dodgers. And now to game 3.
See what that change of speed, what that curveball is going to do against the Boston lineup is at least make what already is an electric fastball even more electric. So once he slows them down with this pitch, you saw the foul ball out and in front, he can then speed them back up with fastballs, and it become a great combination as the game goes along.
That's how to play. You saw the rookie rankings for Buehler and where he sat at the end of his first full season in the big leagues. He came up last year, pitched 8 games, didn't make a start. Likely not going to win the Rookie of the Year award, but impressive nonetheless. It's an award these Dodgers own. They've won 18 of them. Twice as many as any other organization. They could battle here with Bogarts and Buehler. In fact, the reigning Rookie of the Year for the National League is standing out in center field. That was just a test for Matt Gangle, our director, to see if he was thinking along those same lines. Here comes a 1-2 pitch from Buehler. Home plate umpire tonight is Ted Barrett. He's the crew chief. Chad Fairchild is at first. Jeff Nelson is at second base. Jim Reynolds is over at third. Fielden Culbreth is in left. Kerwin Danley had the plate in game 2. He's in right. And Tim Timmons, who had the plate in game 1, is now in New York as the replay official. Wouldn't bite. 2-2.
It's the most frustrating thing a pitcher can go through when they face guys who have been able to, with 2 strikes, battle off pitchers' pitches and lay off nasty pitches. And that's exactly what happened. You just have to stay stubborn, keep making pitches, and know that sooner or later it's going to be your advantage, working the count in your favor.
2 out.
There's that cutter. Just stays on the outside part of the plate, and because he's fouled off so many fastballs on that plane, perfect pitch. You see the spin.
Did you have a 95, 96 mile an hour cutter?
No chance. Barely had 95, 96 as a starter. So the stuff is definitely gets the attention of every hitter who steps in the box.
First start of this World Series for Mitch Moreland. Had a really good regular season. Drove home 68 runs. 15 home runs, and now you see what he's been able to do this postseason. 364. Been bothered by a bad hamstring. According to Alex Cora, his manager, he's healthy. Good player, and has been one for a long time. That's a strike. A ball and a strike.
They're going to want to jam him if they can. The first pitch was in. He covers the plate away pretty well and then throw fastballs up above his hands to try and get him to chase.
"16 of 21 pitches in this opening inning have been at 95 or harder from Walker Buehler.
And the beauty of it, it's smooth looking. It doesn't look like he's exerting and spending a lot of energy to get that 96 to 99.
That's out of play left side. Count evens at 2 balls, 2 strikes on Moreland, who is in his 3rd World Series. Dave Roberts, who is in his 2nd World Series. This crowd that was packed in here last year in October, and the Dodgers came so close. Trying to will their team to their first win against the Red Sox. They want to see a strikeout. Here's a pop-up, and it will get out of play.
So a good opportunity to see what 2 more inches over the plate of height. That's the difference between falling off and swinging and missing. So they went up there and just a little bit higher, and you get a better result.
Dave Roberts in his 2nd straight World Series as a manager. Here's the swing by Moreland. He was warmly greeted, Dave Roberts, back at Fenway Park for what he did with the stolen base in Game 4 against the Yankees and part of the championship with the Red Sox in 04. 2-2. Good swing by Moreland.
100 miles an hour. He could very well strike out the side, but it'll be the hardest working strike out the side you can imagine, just with the amount of pitches. 24 pitches, just going to be 25, and he's been in total command of every pitch he's had so far this inning.
And they make him work for at least 1 more as the count runs full 3-2.
This is the breaking ball in the inner part of the plate, and buckles him, so he wasn't even going to be able to swing, but a little bit inside off the plate.
It was 0-2 on Betts. He worked the count full, struck out. Bogarts with a battle, but he struck out. And now a 3-2 to Moreland. Fly ball into right. Moreland got under it. Puig is styling for the crowd. Down go the Red Sox. 1, 2, 3. Up come the Dodgers in Game 3. by Indeed, the world's #1 job site. Well, back to kind of the regular looking lineup for the Dodgers for this game 3. Starting lineup brought to you by Bright House Financial, Jock Peterson, Justin Turner, and Max Muncy. In the middle, it's Manny Machado, Cody Bellinger, and Yasiel Puig. At the back end of this lineup is Yasmani Grandal. He and his 24 regular season home runs back in there. Chris Taylor and Walker Buehler. Against the right-hander, Rick Porcello, who has made 2 starts, 2 relief appearances this postseason after he won 17 games during the regular year.
He's been super durable. Of course, he's won a Cy Young, but the Dodgers are really glad that a right-hander's on the mound after facing 2 nasty left-handers. Their offense is looking to take a different look at a right-hander.
Peterson takes that fastball riding up and away, ball 1. Porcello won that Cy Young in 2016. And he became the 4th pitcher to win that award for Boston. Some with multiple. Here's a 1-0. And a foul tip off the bat of Peterson to even the count.
Well, I think if you're Porcello, you still want to stay with the game plan of 2 strikes up in the zone. He's got a sinker, a 4-seam fastball, curveball, slider, and a changeup. And his ability to manipulate the strike zone is pretty good, especially if he hits with some of his secondary pitches.
Dodgers are hitting just 175 in this World Series. Count 2-1.
So a little bit of a change for a guy who primarily with Detroit relied on that 2-seam fastball, but now can ride the 4-seamer up in the zone. It just gives him a different look, and he's had tremendous success pitching up.
That catches the corner in the count 2-2. Well, Porcello was in the bullpen for games 1 and 2. Not needed. Nathan Eovaldi was. Nathan Eovaldi is out there again tonight, and if he's used, he won't start tomorrow. If he's not used, it's not set in stone, but he could start tomorrow. That is just inside and a full count.
And that's the signature 2-seamer with a lot of movement that he tries to get the left-handers to freeze on. He starts it in, watch the movement, and then he's trying to catch that part of the plate where it looks like a ball the whole way, and the hitter cannot pull the trigger. It looked like it might have been a little low.
Caught a lot of the plate. 3-2 pitch from Porcello. John, you know who is in the bullpen tonight for Boston?
David Price.
The lefty David Price, who started game 2 nights ago.
Of course, the Red Sox are in a great position being up 2-0 coming into this hostile crowd. If they get a chance and have the lead, they're going to exhaust every weapon they have to get that 3-0 lead in the series. But this is what I know, Joe, painfully. How quick a series can change when you're down 2-0, or in our case, in '96, up 2-0, and didn't win another game. Well, players today, more than ever, and manager talking to Dave Roberts, they have to deal with the narratives from outside. Oh, this series is over, best team in baseball. Whatever it is that they're hearing, they have to put away and know that one moment, one inning, one situation can turn the momentum in their favor.
8th pitch of the at-bat. That is foul down off the end of the bat. A little more on Rick Porcello and what he did during the regular season through 33 starts. Averaged less than 5 innings pitched over his final 7 in this postseason. 2 starts, a 1-0 record, 2 relief appearances. And he's thrown well out of the bullpen. Late swing and a miss, and Peterson is strikeout victim number 1 for Porcello. So with no DH, JD Martinez gets the start out in left, and he can handle himself fine in the outfield. Jackie Bradley Jr. in center and Mookie Betts in right. Around the infield, it's Devers at third, Bogarts at short, Holt at second, and Moreland over at first. Vasquez does the catching, and there's J.D. Martinez, who did turn his ankle in game 1. And if there's any worry about Martinez, it's the health of the ankle, not him knowing what to do in left field.
That's exactly right. That would be the only issue, how much he's got to run or try to get after something, change angles or breaks. But they're fully confident that he has and will handle himself fine out there.
Justin Turner with a 1-ball 1-strike count. They're the numbers this postseason for Turner: 3 for 9. Been a clutch guy for the Dodgers. Flies one into right center, and Jackie Bradley Jr. has out number 2. We saw Buehler have to really work for his first 3 outs. Only 12 pitches so far for Porcello, after Buehler threw 26 in the first inning. Here's Muncy.
Muncy's dealing with just a little bit of that off the bench, on the bench, pinch hit, just a little rhythm change. And since the All-Star break, hasn't been quite the same, as locked in as he was in that mammoth season out of nowhere for the Dodgers.
92-mile-an-hour fastball, strike 1. The mammoth season, 35 home runs. He's hit 2 this postseason, but those came in the division series, and he has struck out 20 times in 36 at bats.
And really the biggest thing that got him locked in the regular season is he didn't elevate the strike zone, meaning he didn't chase high fastballs, and he waited. If you made a mistake on the inner third of the plate, he crushed it.
Down again, 2-1.
Much like his partners in the lineup, they have not been able to stay off the high fastball, and that high fastball, especially with velocity, has given the Dodgers fits.
Clayton Kershaw and Turner Ward, the hitting coach, side by side in the dugout. Here's a 2-1 from Porcello. 2-2. In game 2, the last 16 batters went in order to end that chilly night at Fenway. First 2 have been retired tonight in game 3. Just inside, full count here. Muncy is on with 2 out here in the first.
Well, for Porcello on the year, it's one of the, usually don't see these splits too close to each other. It didn't matter if you're right-handed or left-handed. You basically hit the same. Right-handers hit 240 and left-handers hit 241. So that just tells you what kind of stuff he has. And Machado has seen Porcello the most. A lot of matchups within the division. And then when Porcello was in Detroit as well.
So now pitch number 19 from Porcello. A lot of first pitch swinging by Machado this postseason. 2 for 7 this World Series. Hard hit right at Devers. In the first inning in game 3 is over. After 1, with Martinez coming up, no score. Well, here's J.D. Martinez against the start in left field tonight. What a year. First year of a late free agent deal that was signed leading into spring training. And when you get to know J.D. Martinez, you realize that this is one of these guys in professional sports that you could hand $1 to, or $100 million to, or $400 million to. It wouldn't change the way he approaches his work.
No doubt. I think he learned a lot from his previous experience of lack of success.
He is our Indeed player resume. He's got 13 RBIs in 11 games this postseason. And one or more hits, one or more RBI in each of the last 5 postseason games. Our Indeed.com player resume. A guy who was cut loose by the Houston Astros and then reworked his swing. Here's a nice play. Taylor to his left. Wow.
So I think the interesting thing is going to be you hit and you pitch from your feet up. And so as the series progresses, depending on how that ankle is, could very well determine what kind of success JD has based on that ankle.
Here's what we're referencing when he slipped on the bag and then went down back in Boston at Fenway. And as Brock Holt steps in, we are going to welcome back in Ken Rosenthal. And Kenny, I know you talked to JD about the ankle.
Joe, I asked JD to describe the condition of his ankle, and he smiled and said sprained. But he added, it's the World Series, and then he joked, if I hit a couple of home runs, maybe Alex will just pull me early.
Well, there you go. There's the incentive. Do your deal, do your damage, and then sit and rest. That's down and away, 1 ball, 1 strike, and that's the Alex that was just referenced. That's Alex Cora, who is so good already at what he does.
Yeah, and the interesting part is going to be the score of the game is going to determine whether there's a move to be made defensively. Of course, if they got the lead, that's the big decision Alex Cora is going to have on his mind is, do I take out my great offensive weapon for defensive replacement?
And now beach ball gets out onto the playing field, so they take care of that. Obviously a lot more managing going on in the National League City, with the pitcher's spot saving the right guys for the right opportunities. Cora's up for it. Dave Roberts welcomes it. That is a fair ball. And Brock Holt barely out at first as Grandal had to did a little pump fake and then got the out at first base. I'm interested to see what happened. He looked at his hand like he didn't have a grip, and he got the out.
I think that's what it was. He gets the ball, and then once he makes the throw, he wasn't in position. Grabs it with his hand, tries to position his fingers, but you can only think.
Oh no, I didn't see much there.
You got him, though.
Got him. With 2 out, nobody on, the batter is Devers. That didn't even give us a chance to talk about Brock Holt hitting for the cycle in the division series, game 3 at Yankee Stadium. Super sub. And put out 2-3. Devers swings right through it, and they count 0-2. And I only bring that up with Grandal because Dave Roberts is watching him closely from the dugout with his defensive struggles. He's been stunned after the regular season he had that Grandal is having such a tough time behind the plate, let alone at it. Here's the 0-2. That is foul.
Well, guys go into slumps at the plate, but there's also defensive slumps that you go into. You got to get confident and completely in command when you're on the defensive side of the diamond as well.
Nothing into the count with 2 out, nobody on, and Devers waiting at the plate. Number 7 hitter Jackie Bradley Jr. is on deck. 2 out in the inning. That's when the Red Sox have done their damage. And little innocuous 2-out hits like the one in the 5th inning of Game 2 by Vasquez that started the game-winning rally with nothing doing before it. That's up and in. 1 ball, 2 strikes. At 100 from Buehler. Buehler was not, sorry John, not a power pitcher, so to speak, before he had Tommy John surgery. He said, I had to learn how to pitch. Now I've got this incredible fastball. Still learning it. Whatever I cut you off with, just use it later. We're going to be here a while. After 1.5, no score. World Series as we welcome you back, presented by YouTube TV on Fox. You think when those guys were asked to do that, as Cody Bellinger takes high for ball 1, they knew they were going to be a part of a little Fox Sports Hall & Oates video coming back in the 2nd inning of Game 3? They just said, look, just peer into the camera.
Yeah, I think so.
Bellinger fouls it back. 1 ball, 1 strike.
This is the guy, I think, that can get it going for the Dodgers. He's been oh so close. I know statistically things haven't worked out. He can beat you with his legs, his power, obviously defense. He can move around. But for the energy of this crowd, the next 2 guys, Bellinger and Puig, are guys that you could see electrify their team.
Gets under this one, skies it into left, and J.D. Martinez says, I remember how to do this. 1 away. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Chevy. Chevy has earned J.D. Power Awards across cars, trucks, and SUVs. And by Call of Duty Black Ops 4. Available in stores now. rated M for mature. That's the Santa Monica Pier. Life's pretty good out here. Weather's nice.
I don't know how you get anything done, seriously. The weather.
Here's Puig. In the air to center. Bradley will come and grab it. 2 out. Now Grandal. Yasmani is a free agent to be. He's a switch hitting catcher with power. There's a market out there for somebody like Grandal. 24 home runs during the regular season. Just 3 for 25 so far this postseason. One of his 3 hits left the park. That's a strike.
And he does put it in play usually because of the shift. He hits the ball on the ground right into the shift.
Strike 2. Dodgers have had 1 base runner. Red Sox still looking for their first.
This has the makings of a record foul ball night for people in the crowd. Just bringing home a souvenir. My goodness.
Hopefully MLB sent in enough baseball. Boy, that'd be embarrassing, huh?
We need fans to start throwing balls back on the field, please.
Back. That's to me, that's something you would do when you weren't pitching, either in the bullpen or on the bench. Just like count foul balls or do that kind of stuff to occupy your mind.
It's a long year when you only play in 20% of the games.
That skips in there, and Vasquez knocks it down. Ball 1. Dodgers did not have any one of their top 4 home run hitters in the lineup to start games 1 or 2. That's strike 3 of the inside corner, and Grandal with a mild argument lodged with Ted Barrett. But a 1-2-3 inning, and who's coming up? Jackie Bradley Jr. He was the ALCS MVP. No score after 2. handing off big savings to you. And by Bank of America, the official bank of Major League Baseball. Third inning, no score. And Bradley goes after the first pitch, fouls it away, strike one. It'll be Jackie Bradley Jr., then Vasquez, then Porcello. Bottom three in the order against Walker Buehler. That's a strike. What do you see in Tom Verducci down there?
Well, 6 outs for Walker Buehler, but the Red Sox have applied a tariff to get those 6 outs. He's thrown 21 pitches with 2 strikes. And just twice did he get strike 3. This is the best 2-strike hitting team in baseball. 9 of those pitches they fouled off. Here comes another 2-strike pitch. And Joe, the pitch count for Walker, extremely important. Remember, as you mentioned, coming back off that surgery, they had budgeted him for about 150 innings this year. He's now at 171. Rarely goes over 100 pitches. Right now he's already more than 40% towards what should be his quota for a game.
And you get into the bullpen, and then it's a different deal. That's up the middle. That's Turner. What an effort, but a base hit. What a try by Justin Turner, who somehow got that ball on a hop over to first base as he's sliding toward left field. Base hit.
Yeah, great effort. But the speed of Bradley made it impossible. And one thing that the Dodgers have not done early in this series that I think the Red Sox have been able to do is put pressure on with leadoff runners. 2 for 20 for the Dodgers in these 2 games plus where the leadoff hitters got on base.
Well, Bradley is on. He stole 17 during the regular season, was caught only once. He's 1 for 2 in the postseason. Here's Vasquez with Porcello, who handles the bat pretty well. Pitcher, there he goes. A step and a throw, and that didn't work. 1 out. And Buehler, John Smoltz, didn't panic.
That is easier said than done in this kind of scenario when you have the guys yelling at you, step off, step off. And he did it about as calm and as perfect as you can do it and eliminated some big-time stress by picking off Bradley. I'll tell you what, I'm telling you, under the hood, if you will, of Walker Buehler is a calm-looking dude. I don't know if his heart rate really races, but he doesn't show it. And he shows like he's ready for anything that gets thrown his way.
Vasquez takes a strike. Well, the reason Grandal is behind the plate, not only has he caught the majority of the starts by Walker Buehler, but because of the running game of the Red Sox. He's got the better throwing arm, according to Dave Roberts. He gets the start. He expected the Boston Red Sox to run. Bradley left early, and Buehler didn't balk, didn't panic. That was Austin Barnes watching from the dugout. And here's the other reason. The ERA with Grandal behind the plate at 1.94 for the 24-year-old rookie. Now the 0-2.
Well, you know, football's played obviously with the most emotion. You can play in spurts with emotion. In these kind of games, as a pitcher, he's really the only one that will carry that emotion. And a big out can add to being back on the windup versus off the stretch. You can play with those kind of moments with emotion and hopefully not affect you.
And this is outside on the heels of Tom Verducci's report with regard to pitch count and innings worked. When we talked to Walker back in Milwaukee during the NLCS, he said, I can't believe how good I feel. He thought he'd be run down. He's obviously not a big-bodied kid. He's 180, 6'1", 180. But he says he feels fine, and the stuff proves it. Full count here. But he's going to have to start getting some quicker outs.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a byproduct of who he's facing. But you're right. The Red Sox and Porcello have gotten quicker outs than what Buehler has had to work for here in the third inning.
Pitcher on deck, 1 out, nobody on, 3-2 pitch. Buehler had that Tommy John surgery in August of 2015, missed all of 2016, worked his way back at the end of last year. Had a terrific first full year in the big leagues. Did have some minor league innings, and those are counted into the total that Tom Verducci gave you a moment ago.
And what's interesting, you know, 15, 20 years ago, we didn't hear as much about Tommy John surgeries as much as we're hearing them now. It seems like every other month we're hearing about somebody having Tommy John, and they're having it at such a young age that you really don't have the time to build up the equity or innings of having to know what it's like to pitch before that. So he talked to us about now relying more on stuff in the zone, even though he had to pitch in college.
Vasquez into left field, and that is down for a hit. Peterson couldn't get to it, but a good job by Bellinger to back up. And it's a 1-out single. Anybody else other than the catcher Vasquez, they probably push it to second, but not Christian.
Yeah, good calculated risk, knowing who was running. And Vasquez, who didn't have a great offensive year, neither do the catchers for the Red Sox put up great numbers, but they're having a big already World Series. You see Peterson trying his best to come in. And now that'll leave Porcello to bunt.
So Porcello is up there to sacrifice with everybody moving on the infield. First pitch was up for ball 1. Rick had 3 hits and just 7 at bats during the regular season during interleague play. You know he wants to swing it.
YouTube TV. Watch like a fan.
1 on, 1 out. After Bradley was cut down on the bases, the hit by Vasquez, and a 1-1 pitch coming to Porcello. Out in front of the plate, Grandal. No trouble with that throw, 2 out. Taylor covering, and the runner down to second, Vasquez, with Jackie Betts coming up. After Bradley led off with a hit, you wonder what this inning would be like without Bradley getting caught leaving too soon for the first out. Here's Betts.
Maybe Bradley knew that 2 outs with a runner on is better than since that's their formula. I mean, it's been a ridiculous amount of runs scored with 2 outs, and that's what they have now with the top of the order. That's why that bunt was so important by Porcello.
Even a base hit to the outfield would not be a guaranteed run, especially in right with Puig with his arm and the foot speed of Vasquez. This one into left center. Don't worry about foot speed. That's out number 3. Bottom of the 3rd inning rolls in. Taylor, Buehler, Peterson coming up. No score in game 3. is a beautiful night in Southern California. And here at Dodger Stadium, there's no score. Bottom of the third inning, Taylor, Buehler, Peterson. Chris Taylor takes a strike. Hitting .300 for the postseason. World Series hitless in 5 trips.
Well, they've been pitched awfully tough, have the Dodgers, and usually you talk about their power, their extra base hits. They haven't had many this postseason. They've had their homers, but lacking in doubles.
Left side from the hole, Bogarts, tough play, wow! A leap and a strike over to first base, and even Taylor's looking back out there like, are you kidding? That looked easy.
Such a great play for a lot of reasons. That allows Porcello to attack a pitcher who doesn't have to bunt now, but what a great throw on the money. Taylor can run a little bit.
And oh, by the way, he's in his mid-20s and just drove home 100 runs for the Red Sox and gets totally overshadowed because of the other shortstops, even in the American League, let alone Major League Baseball.
Yeah, he's done a great job this year. Alex Cora challenging him in some areas. And offensively, he's delivered. Power numbers have come back up. Average is always part of his strength.
You know, Alex Cora, who was a middle infielder, appreciates what just happened there. 2 out as Walker Buehler strikes out looking. And with the bases empty, the batter will be Jock Peterson. Rick Porcello will not turn 30 until 2 days after Christmas, has 135 Major League wins. Among pitchers who debuted in the last 30 years, only 3 others had as many wins before turning 30. These names: Sabathia, Kershaw, and King Felix Hernandez with 143.
Yeah, he's been durable. He's had the blessing of some good run support, which every pitcher would love to have, and he's taken advantage of it.
Peterson hits one down the right field line. It is gone. Dodgers strike first in game 3. LA gets their left-handed thump back in the lineup with the right-handed starter, and Jock Peterson takes Porcello out to right.
Changeup that hung middle in, and a man who's pretty aggressive anyways on first pitch takes advantage of a mistake. And there's some of that power that the fans here have been waiting for, and the team knows they have.
Big swing by Turner, strike 1.
And look, you know, baseball's not about breaking bats or throwing helmets when you don't score runs or get hits. But there is something to be said for playing off the emotion of a homer or a big run. And even Dave Roberts said our team responds very well to moments like that and feed off the adrenaline rush.
And that's a ball for Jock Peterson. That's his 4th career home run in the World Series. Hit 3 last year. And for the franchise record-setting Dodgers with their 235 home runs this season, that is their 5th home run this postseason. That's it in 248 at-bats. So they have been living well on the home run ball in 2018, and the home runs this postseason have been few and far between.
Yeah, and on average, they face a ton more right-handers in the regular season, so you're going to have a little bit of that skewed power when a left-hander's on the mound.
Good pitch from Porcello.
And it just so happens that, unfortunately for the Dodgers, there happens to be most of the left-handers that they're facing in the postseason, and happen to be one of the greatest left-handed relievers seasons we've ever seen from Josh Hader that they have survived from.
Turner hits it into left. That's down and corralled by Martinez. Turner hustling to second. He's got a double. Good base running by the veteran third baseman.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Just feels better to have the lead, create some momentum, take advantage of some pitches, and then have execution win out. And he knew right away when he left the box what he was going to do. Irregardless, it's a risk worth taking with 2 outs to get to second base. Not to third, but to second.
So a double to set up Max Muncy. Skied into left. Martinez to his right. Inning is over. But the Dodgers get the first run thanks to Jock Peterson. Taking that high changeup out to right. Now let's look at how T-Mobile and Team Rubicon work together to help those affected by natural disasters. Home or away, T-Mobile has you covered. And by YouTube TV, watch like a fan, try it for free. The home run that Jock Peterson hit. I want to amend something I said. I left the word out. It was their 5th over that stretch of at-bats, 15th of the postseason. Their 2nd of this World Series, the other belonging to Matt Kemp, who DH'd in games 1 and 2 and went deep in his first at bat in the World Series at Fenway. There's Matt. So he and Jock Peterson are the 2 home runs in this fall classic. Bogarts, who just made that eye-popping play in the bottom of the 3rd inning, leads it off and chops it to his counterpart. Machado had to double clutch and barely got Bogarts, who was hustling down the line. he got the out one away.
Talked about how great Machado's arm is. He had to rely on it here because you talked about that hustle, and then as soon as he got the grip on the baseball, he had to fire a bullet just to get him.
Pitch number 58 will be the first in this at bat for Mitch Moreland. J.D. Martinez, the left fielder, on deck. Ball one. Here's a 1-0. 95 from Buehler. 1 ball, 1 strike. I would love to be able to dip into that conversation with Dave Roberts and Rick Honeycutt with a pitch count at 59. They're hoping for some quicker outs for Buehler to get this Dodger pitching staff to the late inning relief guys. And by that, I mean Ryan Madson, who's been so good and such a big addition, has allowed 5 inherited runners to score so far in this World Series. He wants to get to his big arm of Pedro Baez and then his closer, Kenley Jansen, who has yet to work in this series.
Yeah, in a perfect world, I think in a game like this, when you're down 2-0, look for Jansen to work multiple outs, because it is a version of a Game 7 for the Dodgers, at least the mindset of winning this game. I mean, the numbers get so bad when you're down 3-0, and everyone knows when you're facing 2 great teams that the odds are stacked against you. So this will be managed more like a Game 7 for Dave Roberts than it will be for Alex Cora.
Jansen pitched an inning in the 3rd in Game 7 in the NLCS and worked 2 innings in the 13-inning game here in Game 4 of that series. That misses down and in, the count 2-2. So Jansen's had plenty of rest, and Dave Roberts is not afraid to use him for more than 3 outs. Struck out the first 2 batters he faced. Full count.
That's the first one he looked like he tried to overthrow, and you see how wide he missed the strike zone.
In the air to left. Peterson says he's got it, and he does. 2 out. The Hank Aaron Awards are presented annually to the most outstanding offensive performers in the American and National Leagues. Before tonight's game, the legendary Hank Aaron joined this year's winners, Christian Yelich of the National League and J.D. Martinez, who's stepping in at the plate right now for the American League. Yelich came so close to winning the Triple Crown. Hit .326 to lead the National League and 110 RBIs. 1 behind Javier Baez, 36 home runs, 2 behind Nolan Arenado. There's Henry. 755 career home runs. Such a credit to this game while he was playing and every day after. By the way, Aaron hit 3 World Series home runs in his time in the Fall Classic and hit .364.
Well, I had the pleasure, of course, of being around him for most of my career. Just one of the greatest of all time, and blessing to see him here give out that award named after him.
1 ball, 1 strike on J.D. Martinez. 43 home runs during the regular season, now in the hole 1 and 2. Hit .330 behind his teammate Mookie Betts. His home runs 5 behind Chris Davis of the A's. Buehler working over that baseball in his glove. Here's a 1-2. Got him on the inside corner. And the kid's pumped. His first strikeout since the first. Bottom of the fourth inning rolls in. Heart of the order coming up for the Dodgers, who lead by 1. Four, 5, 6 hitters for the Dodgers, who lead by 1 behind their rookie right-hander. Game 3, Manny Machado, who went after the first pitch his first time up and bounced into a force out at second. Took a ball. So 0 for 1, 2-0.
That's the pitch right there. He was able to hold up, but that's the pitch he loves. The ball up in the zone. He wants to do damage on that pitch. And Porcello wants to get him to expand the zone away. He will throw him in at some point tonight to try to get him off the pitch away, preferably the slider.
Did not get his arms extended. Jammed a bit into left for Martinez. 1 down. T-Mobile is making home runs go further than ever. For each one hit this World Series, T-Mobile will donate $10 toward hurricane recovery. We need fans to step up to the plate. For every tweet or retweet with hashtag HR4HR, T-Mobile will give another $2. And we've had a home run tonight by the guy in the middle, Jock Peterson. His second of this postseason. Bellinger takes a strike. He didn't agree. Cody fly to left his first time. Trying to get on with 1 out here in the 4th.
This is the guy who led the Dodgers with extra base hits on the year, and again I know the numbers don't show it. Just a tick away from being locked in to launching some baseballs. Instead, he's been popping them up.
Big swing. He launched one in Game 7 in Milwaukee. His home run with his Dodgers down by a run. Came with nobody out, a man on. Machado in the second, put LA up 2-1. Later on, a 3-run home run by Yasiel Puig, 5-1. That was the final. Two and two.
Well, going into this game, again, only 2 games old, the Dodgers had not gotten a hit while behind in the count.
Counts full here.
On the flip side, Boston's hitting 280 coming into this game behind in the count.
Foul straight back. Good rip by a kid who hit 39 home runs last year, won the Rookie of the Year. Had those strikeouts pile up in the World Series. Bad way for him to end the season. Takes a deep breath and digs back in. So far 0 for 4 in the 2018 World Series.
And the biggest thing that this series and postseason is so much different than the regular season. You're more relaxed on a 3-2 count in the regular season. Where in the postseason, you see guys definitely want to hit, and they'll swing at more pitches that are balls on 3 and 2 than they would in the regular season because they're aggressive and they want to make something happen. As a pitcher, you feed off of that if that's the case.
Struck him out, and that's out number 2. With the bases empty, Yasiel Puig will walk in. Now a quick word from Head and Shoulders.
I got flakes.
Don't flake it, make it. Head and Shoulders.
What?
I used to use that. Used to. No reason for it anymore.
With 2 out, nobody on, Puig pops it up right side. Brock Holtz with a long run for the out. And just so the good folks at Head and Shoulders know it, John's bald. That's why he said that. Thank you for helping us at Fox. Back after this from your local Fox station.
Austin.
East Coast.
West Coast.
Lobster roll.
Dodger dogs.
Chowder.
Yum.
Fenway Park.
Wicked.
The San Gabriel Mountains.
Don't mess with the monster.
Red.
Blue.
Sweet Caroline.
I love LA. Who's ready for tonight?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
There's nothing like October.
It's the World Series.
These two teams have been so fun to work with, and their PR staffs really helpful getting that stuff done. So we thank them both for the Red Sox and for the Dodgers as Brock Holt steps in and takes a strike, and we're underway in the 5th inning. Holt, then Devers, then Bradley against Buehler, who twirls home pitch number 70. Fly ball to right for Puig. Holt 0 for 2 in this start tonight in Game 3. StatCast is powered by Amazon Web Services, and here's a simple one to digest. Most pitches 97 or harder this postseason. I think Buehler's winning that race.
He is, and for Dave Roberts, it really doesn't have much to do with the pitch count at this point. Is how much energy and where does his stuff look like after this inning. He's had to expend, you know, a fair amount of energy to get outs. It hasn't been a lot of quick outs. And so if he continues to get outs, I wouldn't even look at the pitch count. I would look at how he has viewed him and what he has left in the tank. It goes all the way back to a St. Louis start in which he pitched 8 innings at a huge point late in the season. But Dave Roberts knew he had something special in Buehler.
That's just outside. And then you think about what he did, John, in Game 163. Buehler allowed 1 hit in 6 2/3 and a 5-2 win, which is what won the Dodgers the division. Not exactly a playoff start, but kind of. And it was here at Dodger Stadium, and I think he proved a lot that afternoon as well.
He did, and he got into a jam in the 1st inning, had the bases loaded, and then really settled down after that to win that game. He got the ball down, and he's learned so much. He's learned from that rare inning he had against Atlanta where he lost command of the fastball and gave up the grand slam. All that's played into the maturation now.
A strikeout for round number 2 and 4 in the game for Buehler. And you can see by that graphic the pitch count going down by the inning as he has settled in.
The version that has been used against his teammates, the high fastball.
The base is empty. The batter will be Jackie Bradley Jr. The MVP for the Red Sox in the ALCS. That's high. We need to take a minute and say hello to our good friend Chuck Torres. We miss our friend Chuck, but he's doing great. Had to tap out for the rest of the postseason. Got a medical situation taken care of back home in New York. Senior Director of Broadcast Operations, and there's a great group with MLB, and Chuck is a big part of why we have such great cooperation during the postseason, and frankly why we have so much fun. He's a good friend to all of us, and we're so glad he's doing so well. We miss you. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Bradley takes up and away, ball 2. You know, for a guy that didn't have the 98, 99, 100-mile-an-hour fastball, even if his velocity is diminished, he still knows how to pitch at 94, 95.
Yeah, and that was the point that, you know, early Tommy John recipients don't exactly have that knowledge or ability because, for the most part, not enough experience where they built up a bunch of innings and then incurred the injury or went through with the surgery.
Here comes a 3-1 pitch. Popped up. Peterson, plenty of time to get there. And it's a 1-2-3 fifth. 1-0 LA with the 7, 8, and 9 hitters coming up for the Dodgers. starting with the Redskins taking on the Giants. Then it is a big one on America's Game of the Week. Aaron Rodgers and the Packers battle Todd Gurley and the Rams as Grandal fouls it away left side. It's all on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Check local listings for the game in your area. Grandal struck out his first time. And set up here at 0-2.
It's usually the way it goes when you're struggling. It seems like you walk up to the plate 0-2, even though you got 2 pitches to decide whether that's going to be the case or not. He just needs a hit to turn it around for him, and anybody who's struggling at this time of the year gets magnified.
Hard hit, base hit. Grandal is on. And the leadoff man reaches for LA here in the 5th.
You know, in the regular season, you can't get caught up in a 7-for-10 week or an 0-for-12 week, but in the postseason, it's hard not to. And it feels a lot better when you're helping your team in some fashion or some way. And I guarantee you, for him, you look at this breaking ball, this has got to feel a whole lot better than the previous results.
Got it through the shift. Hit it that hard, and now Chris Taylor, who was robbed on a great play by Bogarts his first time up, waits for it from Porcello. Got under it and skies it into shallow center. Bradley Jr. has it, 1 out. And that will bring Buehler, the pitcher, to the plate. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Budweiser. Take some out to the ball game. And with 1 on, 1 out, and Buehler coming up, we'll give you our Budweiser game summary and a pitching comparison with the rookie on the right, the veteran on the left, a pair of right-handers, not a lot of hits, and only 1 run.
Yeah, 1 mistake by Porcello. He's actually had the easier route of tension, if you will, getting quicker outs. Buehler and his nasty stuff has had to work harder because that offense has made him work a little harder to get his outs.
Here's a bunt foul. Granted, he's still got a couple of outs to go to match Buehler with regard to innings pitched, but he's 20 pitches behind Walker Buehler. The overall pitch count as a lefty and a righty are getting loose. Eduardo Rodriguez and Ryan Brazier. Buehler doesn't look too comfortable trying to bunt.
No, and that really, needs to become in the future the easiest thing he does. Of course, as a pitcher in the National League, you got to have a lot of pride in executing this portion of your game, because all you're doing is passing it on to your everyday players to try and drive them in.
He strikes out trying to bunt. 5 strikeouts on the night, and here comes Alex Cora. With Jock Peterson coming up, we're going to get a quick hook here.
I think so, mainly because Porcello will be the second hitter next inning.
And so with Peterson coming up, Eduardo Rodriguez, the left-hander, is likely coming in. Porcello pitched well. Here comes Rodriguez. 1 on, 2 out. Peterson, the next hitter. this one down the right field line. It is gone. The only run of the night. Driven in with one swing by Jock Peterson, who's digging in. 2 out, a runner at first. The hook for Porcello and Eduardo Rodriguez, who had a really good regular season. You see that bottom line predominantly as a starter. Comes in to try to get the lefty, and probably just a 1-out effort by Rodriguez.
Yeah, that's what it looks like with the dual relievers getting ready for the Red Sox.
Rodriguez in the pitcher spot, due up second. In the top of the 6th. That's a strike.
Well, it really is 2 different seasons. Of course, in the regular season, Porcello would have stayed in that game and provided the innings needed for his team. But we've already seen in the postseason, nobody's really sticking with anybody to have any kind of chance of a rally or an extended inning. He made the change.
That slides outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. For the most part, Porcello against the left-handed hitters predominantly did a good job of keeping the ball in, down. 1 leaked over the plate, and Jock Peterson smashed it into right.
Yeah, just 1 mistake, and he finds himself watching now.
1 on, 2 out. Off the end of the bat, strike 2. Grandal led off the inning with a hit. Taylor went after the first pitch and flied out to center, and then Buehler, trying to bunt, struck out. And it's a 1 ball, 2 strike count on Peterson. With the right-handed hitting Justin Turner on deck, this could very well be, no matter what happens, just a 1-batter effort for Rodriguez. Frazier is ready. Here comes a 1-2. That is foul. Red Sox did not double switch, which is why we talk about how long this outing should last for Rodriguez, unless Alex Cora sends him to the plate next inning, but that's unlikely.
Well, Jock Peterson against left-handers, actually a good bad ball, low ball hitter, meaning below the zone. He can get to it. Down the middle has been his only success against left-handers average-wise.
It's interesting, though, John, because coming into tonight, part of the conversation with Alex Cora, the Red Sox manager, was talk to us about Eovaldi and where he sits. Well, he's in the bullpen. If they need him tonight, he'll come in and pitch tonight. He said, we've got other options for the start tomorrow. Rodriguez, this left-hander, was one of those options, and here he is pitching in Game 3. And there's Nathan Eovaldi.
1 batter may or may not change that narrative come tomorrow.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. A strikeout on a pitch down and in. And Rodriguez comes in and gets Peterson and sends Game 3 into the 6th. Good change down and in. Still 1-0 LA in Game 3. Run into Taco Bell on Thursday, November 1st from 2 to 6 p.m. to score your free Doritos Locos Tacos. That'll be compliments. Tell him Mookie sent you.
Yeah.
He stole a base right out of the gate in the bottom of the first inning in game 1, and everybody gets to eat free tacos. It'll be the 8-9-1 hitters for the Red Sox in the 6th. 1-0 Dodgers on top behind Buehler. This is a big inning for a lot of reasons. First of all, it's the World Series, so every inning is a big inning. But if Buehler can get through the 6th inning, now you're into Pedro Baez territory, and eventually Kenley Jansen, who Dave Roberts wants to use for more than 3 outs, as that's fouled back in the right circumstances. And right now the Dodgers lead by 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure both managers are dealing with the tight score in a difficult and opposite way, because if you're Alex Cora, I don't think you can use Eovaldi unless you have the lead. But again, I've had a hard time following the strategies employed that each team's gone.
And this is down and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Vasquez has a hit. Getting cheered on by Alex Cora, so we'll wait and see about all that. Blake Swihart has come into the on-deck circle. One. Ball 2.
Vasquez just looks like a different hitter. Looks locked in, and every pitch has an approach that would, if you looked at his numbers during the regular year, you go, he's hitting 300. But that's the moment the postseason brings out a lot of guys that where the expectation might be low, they come up huge.
Here's the 2-1. 2-2. First 2 games in this World Series, Boston's put out 12 runs. All those 2-out hits, 5 extra base hits tonight. No action with 2 out, and obviously no runs. He's allowed 2 hits. The 2-2. Checked his swing on a pitch that was down, a full count.
This crowd started out so loud. It's almost like a little nervousness with the score being 1-0, and they recognize, what the Red Sox have done. But having been here like we have the last 2 years, this place can get as loud as any place, especially in the postseason.
Red Sox trying to get their leadoff man on. Vasquez chops one up the middle. Taylor, a nice play as he stayed down on it, 1 away. He had Vasquez running, so he didn't have to rush, but that was no easy chop he picked up at the end.
Not at all. He came in a long way because he was playing deep. And watch this chopper over the middle. He gets the in-between hop. And that bigger hop before the in-between hop actually helped him locate the ball. His head was down, and he made a nice throw.
And Walker Buehler appreciates it, and now Buehler sees Rick Honeycutt pay him a visit with the pinch hitter Swihart coming up.
YouTube TV. Watch like a fan.
This meeting on the mound has lasted long enough to get the home plate umpire Ted Barrett out to the mound to break it up. As Swihart will be the hitter, and Rick Honeycutt goes through the scouting report with his young right-hander.
Yeah, exactly. Pinch hitter comes up. You're allowed to go to the mound with a pinch hitter, but that was exactly what that was, just to let them know how they wanted to attack him. This is more of your average hitter meaning he hits for average for the catcher for Red Sox.
Switch hitter batting left-handed takes a strike. Pitch number 87 bounces in.
That meeting probably went something like this. Look, pretty good fastball hitter, handles that pitch pretty good. The slider is the pitch. If you have a pitch you need to go to that you could get him out with, and then you saw the slider first pitch and then the curveball second pitch.
Check swing. Tough play by Turner. He's been good all postseason at third, 2 out. That'll bring in Mookie Betts, and that will bring to your TV Ken Rosenthal.
Talk all the time about the need for role models in baseball. We can start right here with the guy walking to home plate. After game 2 in Boston, Betts asked David Ortiz to order him some food from a restaurant owned by one of Big Papi's friends. The owner sent so much over that Betts, his friends and family could not possibly eat it all. So at 1 a.m., they brought trays and trays of the food they didn't touch to the homeless gathered outside the Boston Public Library. Betts said he has done this before without attracting any attention, but someone tipped off Lou Merloni, the former Red Sox infielder and Boston media personality, and Merloni revealed Betts' act of charity on Twitter. Think about it. Middle of the World Series, the likely AL MVP thinking of others, that's a pretty good role model.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ken. He's a great guy. He's got all-world talent, and he's a good person. Good for him. Crowd's back with a 1-1 from Buehler. Good breaking ball, strike 2.
And just a tip for anybody who thinks they want to bowl against him, don't. He's a good bowler.
Joe Kelly will be the new pitcher for the Red Sox in the bottom of the inning. And he'll have his hands full with Turner, Muncy, and Machado. Got him looking. How about Buehler? TV on Fox. What a good one Game 3 is. And how good has Joe Kelly been? The numbers are great. His 7th game this postseason. He just brings heat to the plate. 98. And the right-hander gets strike 1 on Justin Turner with Muncy and Machado, the next 2 hitters.
Yeah, he really has been unbelievable. From a guy that maybe struggled with control in the parts of the season, he has not struggled with anything, hitting with all 3 pitches and been lights out for the Red Sox bullpen.
The stuff has always been there for Kelly, but even Dave Roberts talked about the command that Kelly has shown as he jumps out in front on Turner, 0-2.
Well, this is where Turner gets tough with 2 strikes. Gets way above the league average. Closing in on 300 with 2 strikes at 291.
Turner with a hustling double his last time up. He's 1 for 2. And able to lay off that 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
All signs pointing towards Buehler going right back out there for the 7th inning. And why not? He has been in complete command. And that extra inning that they were able to get in the heart of the order coming up for the Red Sox would be a lot less stress for Dave Roberts if his starter can do that.
Here's a 1-2. Little fly ball, shallow right. This ball is caught. A nice jump by Betts. 1 down here in the 6th inning. Chevrolet is the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and the only brand to earn J.D. Power Dependability Awards for cars, trucks, and SUVs 3 years in a row. 1 out for Max Muncy.
Tell you what, the one thing you can appreciate, if you haven't followed the Red Sox all year, you have no idea how many outs the center fielder and the right fielder take away from the opposing hitters with their ability to play defense.
And by the way, it's not just because of their legs and cutting off fly balls in the gap or down the line. They get outs with their arms as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's extraordinary to have 2 kind of center fielders playing in the same outfield, but that's of course what they have, and they really could make 3 if you talk about Benintendi and his ability to play the outfield.
Good pitch from Kelly. Strike 2 on Max Muncy. Well, Joe Kelly is trying to keep this thing right where it is. As you said, Bogarts, Moreland, and J.D. Martinez coming up for Boston in the 7th. Kelly is from Cali, but pitching for Boston. And works it home on 0-2.
That power breaking ball has made a big difference. Because look, as many hitters will tell you, even though velocity has been an unbelievable increase, that if that's all you have, you're going to be reduced down to watching line drives be hit. If you've got a 2nd or 3rd pitch to go with that, so difficult to hit.
There's 1-2. 2-2. Joe Kelly was born south of here in Anaheim, lives in Rancho Cucamonga. Came up with the Cardinals in 2012 and then part of that deal that sent him to Boston in 2014. He's got the stuff to close, but he's a setup right-hander for Craig Kimbrell. 2-2.
At this point now, he's thrown a little bit too many of those same pitches to Max Muncy that if he gets another one and he leaves it a little bit over the plate, Max will have a better approach. I would think fastball would be in order here, and 2-2 after all those slow pitches that the hitter's eyes have had to see. Let's see what the duo comes up with here.
You gonna read signs?
Well, they're getting multiple signs, so hard to tell.
Breaking ball is grounded to the right side. Holt, 2 out.
And that was one he really got away with, as that one was over the center of the plate.
Well, Jerry Turner, longtime clubhouse guru for the Dodger organization, just brought a new supply of baseballs down to the Dodger bat boy. So you were on to something earlier. There they are.
Yeah.
You were on to something earlier when you said this might be a record for foul balls hit into the seats.
I'm telling you, it's there's been a slew of them.
Here's Machado, 2 out, nobody on. Likes to go after the first pitch, and he hits one into left. This ball is back and off the wall. Machado was not running. Not sure if he would have been able to make it to second anyway, but had no chance to get to second with that effort out of the box.
He knows it too right now. You don't have to say anything to him. You could tell by the look on his face. He thought he got this. And he was watching it, and then once it hit the wall, there was no chance, as you mentioned, to get to second. And I don't know that he would have made it anyways, but the doubt would be you never know, because he thought it was gone. You can tell right there. That look tells it all. He recognizes he made a mistake.
But if you're ever going to run out of the box, is the World Series Game 3 down 2 games to nothing in a 1-run game the time to run?
That is.
2 outs. You talked about it with Justin Turner earlier as Bellinger pops it up on the infield. 2 outs, a time to push it. Machado did anything but. So the long single, the pop-up, and into the 7th inning in Game 3. Kelly threw a scoreless inning. Still 1-0 LA. Back after this from your local Fox station.
Turn on Do Not Disturb.
Well, here we are in the 7th inning of a 1-0 game, and Walker Buehler is back to work. He's got the big bats coming up. Bogarts, Moreland, and J.D. Martinez. As Walker is the first Dodgers starting pitcher to last 6 innings over their last 9 World Series games. Clayton Kershaw went 7 innings in a win in Game 1 last year as Pedro Baez gets loose. But nobody went that deep the rest of the way as a starter for LA against Houston. And he's the first to do it in 2018 for the Dodgers against Boston.
As I mentioned, his exterior doesn't show he's bothered by anything. And now it's all about, he knows, one pitch, one at bat in this inning, and try to get through 3 outs and put your team in a better situation.
That's high. Tom Verducci.
Yeah, commitment from Dave Roberts to Walker Buehler right here. Remember, his season high pitch count 105. You see him at 96 right there, but he has not been in the stretch for the last 3 innings of this game. Velocity still there, mechanics still there, but he will not throw another pitch out of the stretch.
He's retired 11 in a row, 12 in a row, 1 out in the 7th. And the batter will be Mitch Moreland.
And what you're fighting against here, or not fighting against, guarding against, is in a 1-run game, you recognize each guy that comes to the plate could tie the game up with a swing. So look for the next 2 hitters to possibly be aggressive and try to sneak that fastball and deposit it in the stands. That's their mindset. And as the on-deck circle represents greatness in J.D. Martinez, you want to face him with 2 outs, nobody on.
Moreland trying to jump on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, strike 1.
And the reason the Red Sox are more apt to do that later off the same pitcher, of course, the stuff is not supposed to be as good as it was early when you want to see as many pitches. Now you've seen all you need to. You're trying to pick out a mistake if he's able to give you one.
Strike 2.
That was a changeup. We have not seen many changeups. That just tells you how much confidence he has to throw a changeup 1-0 this late in the game when he hasn't really had a feel for many of them.
Just outside. Kenny?
Well, Joe, Dave Roberts has been criticized for sticking to a script, adhering too closely to the analytics. Now, it might seem obvious to us that Walker Buehler is still in the game and to many fans, but he is now in the 3rd time through the order, and generally that is when teams today take out even dominant starting pitchers.
Moreland held up. 2-2. Well, there won't be a lot of leash, you know that. He is on a hitter-by-hitter basis now, the rookie right-hander. As Moreland just did hold up, especially with a guy like J.D. Martinez on deck.
Absolutely. You don't want to go to 3-2, so you want your decision to be made right here on this pitch selection.
2 out.
Tremendous fastball inside, gets him looking, of course. And now, first pitch will be so important here.
That's how a lot of the Red Sox have looked. Going back to the bench after facing the 24-year-old who brings it home with 2 out, nobody on to J.D. Martinez. 1-run game. Good breaking ball for strike 1.
That's a great pitch selection on a guy you know, fastball hunting, who can take it to every part of the park with a fastball. And that'll cause J.D. Martinez to rethink of the approach of what he thought he was going to get maybe when he stepped in that box.
Let's give Yasmani Grandal some credit tonight for the job he's done guiding the rookie right-hander. The 0-1 just up. No fastballs yet to Martinez. A ball and a strike. Two and one. 97. It's pitch number 105 from Buehler.
If nothing else, that had effect to get him away or off of the pitch away. Look for maybe a slider right here, 2-1, but that pitch had purpose, even if he didn't swing at it. Strike two. Wow, went right back in there, up at 96. And JD expanded the zone.
Fouled away.
He's just doing a great job collecting his breathing, not getting carried away when the crowd gets his. That's the adrenaline rush when the crowd gets up and you're at home and you want to make that crowd go into a frenzy with your next pitch being successful. He's not bought into that yet tonight.
A season high for pitches and a start for Walker Buehler, and it comes in Game 3 of the World Series. Dave Roberts managing with his eyes and his feel. He sees what we see, a dominant right-hander. Martinez strikes out. Walker Buehler gets through 7. Likely finished for the night. A 2-hit shutout through 7. A year ago, World Series Game 2, he was watching with the rest of us with his little sister. Not tonight. Anything but. He has struck out 7. He's allowed 2 singles. Nothing since the 3rd inning. Sandy Koufax is impressed. And if he's impressed, the rest of us should be impressed.
I mean, it's as big of a moment and big of a game in this young man's career, and for his organization to kind of turn this thing around. I think they were hoping it would be like 9-0, 9-1, but this 1-0 lead, which has had everybody here standing up. Add-on runs would feel a little bit better for Dave Roberts, I'm sure.
Well, he's got Puig, Grandal, and Taylor coming up against the right-hander Brazier. Ryan takes over. Only 1 earned run in just under 8 innings. This his 9th postseason game. A 1.6 ERA in 34 games during the regular season. Puig 0 for 2. Strike 1. 97 from Brazier. The best highlights, graphics, and captions don't stop after this series. Follow MLB on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Ball and a strike. Puig, strike 2.
Well, it being 1-0, still all the pressure is on the Dodgers, even with the lead, because when you're down 2 games to none, you can't afford any hiccups. And that's why we're going to see a ton of velocity, and have seen a ton of velocity for the Red Sox out of the pen. They haven't had to go real deep yet. But from Kelly, Eovaldi, Brazier, Kimbrel.
Vasquez wanted it up. That's where Brazier went. 2-2. The only run of the night, a home run by Jock Peterson with 2 out in the 3rd. Dodgers only have 4 hits. Just missed, and Brazier thought he had out number 1. Instead, it's a full count.
Look where the catcher set up, and look where he had to catch it and how he caught it. That presentation probably did not help getting that pitch called on the inside corner at the bottom of the zone.
Chopped to 3rd. Base hit. And Moreland, a good job, bad hamstring and all, to get off the bag and save a wild throw.
Puig did a great job getting back in the count after getting 2 strikes on him. Used his speed by putting the ball in play and the high chopper off the plate. He knew as soon as that ball was hit in the air, he was going to have a decent chance of beating it out.
And then Devers, who committed 24 errors during the regular season, had no chance to get Puig and uncorked that throw. Good play by Moreland to keep Puig at first.
Yeah, he threw a changeup that cut, because you know the grip was probably not where he wanted it. And the high hop off the end of the infield grass was the only reason Roland was able to get to that.
Now Grandal. Yasmani singled his last time up, and I said it in the top of the inning, and I want to say it again for a guy who's had a lot of criticism come his way for what he's done receiving the baseball as a catcher. He's done a great job tonight guiding Walker Buehler through 7 innings.
Yeah, he has. And you know, those two probably have a good relationship as they've hooked up most times during the year. And if nothing else, Grandal gets an opportunity to kind of reset everything that had happened up to this point. He hasn't had to deal with any of that in this game.
What is that feeling like? And we're seeing Walker Buehler with his arms hanging over the railing in front of the dugout, sitting next to Kershaw. He just turned in 7 shutout innings with his team down 2-0. Kenley Jansen's getting loose. That must be the most satisfying feeling you can get as a pitcher.
Close. Had the Red Sox not made him work so hard, 1-0 shutout. You know, 9 innings starting and finishing it, because when you're in that kind of groove and rhythm, you don't ever want to come out of the game. You understand why he is now, because he's up over 100 pitches.
Meanwhile, the 0-2 to Grandal. Fouled back.
But the reality is, and I know we've seen a change in the way baseball is being played with the usage of pitchers, and we have tremendous arms coming out of the pen. So that's not what I'm talking about. It's just usually if you can get 120 or 125 pitches on down and you're in command of the game, that's the best feeling in the world to finish it.
Another 0-2. Good job by Grandal to spoil it. I think in some ways, just because the game has evolved and changed to what it is now, it's almost more impressive that Buehler was so good. The new book that all these managers manage by when the trash can.
Yeah. Well, guys don't get a chance to disprove the new book, meaning they don't get the opportunities to average out the 3rd time through because they're not prepared or taught, given the opportunity to think like that. They're taught, throw as hard as you can, as long as you can, and we got the next guy to come right in and do the same thing. And that's, you know, that's why the pitch count today is more important. It's an irrelevant number. It means absolutely nothing. Somebody came up with it to describe or show pitchers how you can get outs in a 9-inning game more efficiently. It wasn't there for injury protection. And what it's turned into is, because guys throw so hard and their max effort, now you have to reduce the amount of pitches they have per game, because the thought that they're doing that so often does increase the risk of injuries.
The 0-2. A strikeout on a pitch down and in. And now with 1 on, 1 out, Chris Taylor will be the hitter. Throughout the baseball season, Geico is donating tickets to honor military members and their families at Major League stadiums around the country through the Geico Seats for Service program. Today, we welcome Sergeant First Class Ryan Bell and his family and thank all of them for their service. Thank you, Ryan. Here's Taylor, 0 for 2. Matt Kemp has come into the on-deck circle. With Taylor up, 1 out. Puig at first in the 7th.
You know what's so interesting about that last topic is we have a whole youth industry now promoting throw as hard as you can. So the league and baseball has adjusted to when they come in, this is what they know. They're not being taught how to pitch, which you understand because the reward system is the radar gun. And so guys are definitely, that's why the average velocity has gone up in Major League Baseball.
Taylor, strike 1 to start this at bat. And he checks with Ted Barrett. The home plate umpire has had a nice night back there. Asking if that was a strike, even without a swing. Looked like it. Good pitch outside corner at the knees. Strike two.
Seems like most of this game, the Red Sox pitchers have been able to control the strike zone against the Dodgers lineup. Ahead a lot, 2 strikes a lot. That's how you take care of a power-laden lineup, by getting them on the defense behind in the count.
In each bullpen here in the 7th. The Red Sox have Pomerantz, their left-hander, up. Drew just added to the active roster for this round because of all the left-handed batters. And then Kenley Jansen, he can do as he pleases. He's coming in. But he's been up for a while now, trying to pace himself. Count remains 0-2, and now a quick word from Duracell.
This is the #1 trusted brand.
An infield hit by Puig. Grandal struck out. And the count 0-2 on Chris Taylor. Into right, pretty well hit. Betts is back on the track for out number 2. Good running grab by Mookie Betts in right, and now Kemp will hit for Buehler.
Just a normal route. Makes it look easy. Puig, the right field counterpart at first base. When the ball was first hit, it looked like he was going to be able to do something, and then he saw Mookie Betts and how he was going and realized can't go anywhere.
A visit to the mound here before Kemp comes to the plate. Live every World Series moment with MLB At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. It's the only place to get all your Dodgers and Red Sox action. In-game video highlights, pitch tracking, StatCast, live radio feeds, and much more. Download MLB At Bat today. Here comes Kemp, who homered in his first at bat in Game 1.
Kemp would love to have the ball down over the plate. He's got one of them pretty swings that is gap to gap and obviously still has power this late in his career. And found it interesting when we got a chance to talk to him in the previous series. He plans on playing another 3 years.
He said, I'm going to play this game until they rip the uniform off me.
Why not? I mean, he's done a great job in transforming his body and coming here about as improbable of making the starting lineup, or I should say making the all-star team in the first half when that trade was made between the Dodgers and the Braves.
Little chopper left side. Bogart's charging. inning is over. And this thrilling game 3 goes to the 8th inning. Kenley Jansen coming in. Dodgers lead by 1. Well, Kenley Jansen has had plenty of rest, and he is going to use all that rest here in game 3. He takes over the closer for the Dodgers. He's missing down and in with Brock Holt at the plate. Rafael Devers will follow, then Jackie Bradley. In a perfect world for Dave Roberts, it's a 2-inning save.
The other perfect world is nobody fast gets on the base.
There's a strike.
Kenley has done a nice job lately, especially in this postseason, trying his best to speed up when a runner gets on, but notoriously a little bit slow out of the stretch. So there's a lot of pressure on him to not give the Red Sox any opportunities speed-wise on the bases.
The 1-1. Up and away. Just to get this in before this game gets even more intense. The last Dodgers starter to pitch scoreless ball over an outing of 7 or more innings in the World Series. Buehler went 7. No runs, 2 hits. Oral Hershiser, his 9-inning shutout over the A's in game 2 of the '88 World Series. 6-0 win for the Dodgers here after that thrill in game 1 with Gibson. That's a strike. Holt doesn't agree, and the count 2-2.
This is an impossible pitch to hit. Top of the strike zone. Cutting action on that fastball, and you can see Holt probably, more than likely, we'll see that later.
Just say it. He was right. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Holt 0 for 2. Little pop-up. Out goes Machado. In comes Peterson. 1 away. You have to do it contractually obligated. We have to show the celebrities here at Dodger Stadium. Rob Lowe, Terry Crews, who's part of a pump-up video here at Dodger Stadium. Peter Uberoff, we've shown you Sandy Koufax. And there is Brad Paisley talking about how Jason Garrett can use Amari Cooper in the Dallas Cowboys offense and how to run a two-deep zone. With one out, Devers trying to tie this game, comes up empty, strike one.
Devers has raw power, and that power can come to left field. He can definitely deliver opposite field power. That swing right there isn't going to be the one. That was trying to pull it and hit it over the right field pavilion.
He is as good a hitter against velocity, maybe the best hitter, even though he's young, that the Red Sox have. But that's not really Kenley Jansen. He cuts it. It's not upper 90 stuff.
It sure has the appearance to the hitter, though, because it has such tremendous spin. And that spin creates an illusion to the hitter that they can't quite pick up.
That's high.
I told you I don't typically watch a lot of BP just because I'm a pitcher, but this young man put on a display in batting practice with his power. It made me notice.
Devers gets a piece of that 87-mile-an-hour pitch. T-Mobile has donated $315,000 to hurricane recovery from 60 home runs hit so far this postseason. Do your part to help keep the donations going every time you tweet or retweet with HR4HR. Hashtag HR4HR. T-Mobile will give $2 to help rebuild communities in need. Devers checked it. 2-2.
Always felt that it was easier naturally to throw a ball up than when you actually have the catcher standing so far up. You see Magic hoping for some magic out of his Dodgers.
Part of the ownership group here with LA. Devers wants time.
I know you're sitting at home going, how in the world can a guy swing at that pitch? It happens when you're thinking about that velocity and thinking up already where you like it, and then the pitcher throws it higher than you can imagine coming out of your hand.
Jackie Bradley Jr. One of just 2 Red Sox hits tonight. It's low for ball 1. Jackie Bradley Jr. was the MVP of the ALCS. And he made the most of his 3 hits. 9 RBIs, and 2 of the 3 hits left the park. 2-0. StatCast AI is powered by Amazon Web Services, and you look at the spray chart. The last 100 batted balls 200 feet or less for Jackie Bradley Jr. Hence the shift. Bradley trying to pull one out of here. Fly ball into right. Back at the wall. This game is tied. RBIs for Jackie Bradley Jr. this postseason, all with 2 out.
To say he's made the most of his hits is an understatement, and right there for that dugout, they're not surprised by what Jackie Bradley Jr. has been able to do this postseason. Wow.
With 2 out, nobody on. Vasquez takes a ball. More 2-out damage for the Red Sox. 10 of their 13 runs that they've scored in this World Series have come with 2 out. And that's what Bradley Jr. has done. All of his RBIs with 2 down. Two and 0.
Not a worse feeling in the world for a closer or any reliever that comes in, but the biggest thing you have to tell yourself is the game is tied. You haven't lost nothing. Yeah, you gave up the lead, but now you've got a job to do to make sure that your offense can kind of respond. And having done both roles, there's no worse feeling in the world as a closer to come in after someone has worked that hard in Buehler, but you have to maintain and refocus on the task.
Strike 1. Back to the home run.
Took an outer third cutter that came back to the left-hander Bradley, and he basically no doubted it.
A reaction by Kenley Jansen, who's been through so much this year. Medically, has fought his way back. An irregular heartbeat shut him down in August. Pop up right side, Taylor. The Red Sox have evened it as they lead 2 games to nothing. And the number 7 hitter, Jackie Bradley Jr. went out to meet that pitch from Kenley Jansen to excite his dugout. What a game. Game 3 of this World Series tied 1-1 into the bottom of the 8th inning at Dodger Stadium. farm. Bottom of the 8th inning, top of the order. Matt Barnes, the new right-hander for Boston. First up, Jock Peterson. Jackie Bradley Jr. has tied this game with a 2-out blast into right. And here are the good numbers for Matt Barnes this postseason.
Good fastball, and you saw the good break to his curveball. That's a pitch that if he hits with it, the hitters are in for trouble. But a little inconsistency is the strike throwing with that pitch.
Peterson takes inside, 2-0. Turner and Muncy, the next two hitters. Machado up fourth. Two-0. 3 balls, no strikes. The only run for the Dodgers was this.
One mistake. That's the only mistake. And that was the only run. And now with a 3-0 count, more than likely seeing a fastball. The green light is the only question on whether he has it or not. I say let him swing.
Taking, it's 3-1. Full count.
2 good fastballs in the inner part of the plate when he needed it. Just locks him up. He's just trying to sell it. The home plate umpire. Mr. Barrett.
It was 3-0, now 3-2. Foul. So in this bottom of the 8th in a 1-1 game, we'll welcome you inside the broadcast booth. I'm Joe Buck with the Hall of Famer and John Smoltz. What do you think? You having any fun over there?
Great game. Great game. A lot of tension. Obviously on the Dodgers, they want to try to get back in the series. And 1-0 lead. You knew everything had to go perfect for them since their offense has only gotten 1 run. Great job on both sides. Both pitchers on both sets of teams have been fantastic tonight.
3 balls, 2 strikes on Peterson. Turner on deck. Barnes. Big swing. We look ahead to tomorrow, and the starters, I don't know. I mean, you can take your guess. We got a long way to go here tonight. First of all, potentially, Rich Hill in line for it. Still kind of up in the air on the Boston side. Another foul.
Certainly has been the theme tonight. Foul balls, deep counts, slew of strikeouts, and not many hits. So proud of myself right now. I don't have to look at your scoreboard. I've been locked into this game.
Well, not much has happened.
I know, but I haven't made a mistake on mine yet. Like I usually give up around now.
Bottom of the 8th inning, 3-2 pitch. Peterson leading off. Struck him out, and what an effort by Matt Barnes. Came back from a 3-0 count to strike out Peterson. One away in the 8th. Everyone's talking about the comedy hit of the season, and that is last man standing. Tim Allen's triumphant return has helped make Fox Funny Friday TV's #1 new night of comedy. Catch an all-new Last Man Standing, followed by the Cool Kids next Friday on Fox.
This is just fastball after fastball after fastball once he got to a 3-0 count. Up until that point, it was all curveballs.
Here's Turner. Ball 1. One home run this postseason. Came in the 8th inning, game 2 of the NLCS. Put his Dodgers on top. That's where they stayed to split in Milwaukee. He is on with 1 out in the 8th. Second hit of the night. And the batter will be Max Muncy, in case you're just joining us. 11 o'clock in the East. 8 o'clock here in the West, a 1-1 game. Red Sox up 2-0. Walker Buehler, that bottom line, the story up until a moment ago. 7 shutout innings on 2 hits, 7 strikeouts, no walks. Kenley Jansen took over, gave up a 2-out game-tying home run to Jackie Bradley Jr. He's got another inning to pitch. Here's Muncy. 1 on, 1 out. Ball 1.
Isn't it amazing, though, on how things tilt one way or another on decisions? A lot of people are trying to guess, well, what are the Red Sox going to do with their outfield when they get to the National League? Well, more than likely, Jackie Bradley Jr. will be the odd man out. No, he was not only the odd man out, he's been the most important figure for the Red Sox. Benintendi's been on the bench. Cora going with Bradley in his defense, and that has certainly paid off.
He got Bradley in his offense. Here comes a 1-0 pitch. 2-0. Dave Roberts said before the game, in a little meeting, you know, we were 10 games under in May, and people thought we were just going to punt on the season. We battled back. We ended up winning the division. 6th straight year they've done that. Here with the Dodgers. We have battled back this postseason. They certainly did. In that series against Milwaukee, they were pretty much in control of the Atlanta series from the beginning, but they beat the Rockies in game 163 here to win that division, and they said we'll keep battling back, and well, they need to win here tonight. Red Sox win tonight, they're up 3-0. Here's a 2-0. 2-1.
Well, I still got to believe the hardest part is to stay patient. Stay patient in that Milwaukee series when a lot of things didn't go right. The first 2 games in this series, they tied it up a couple times in game 1. They took the lead in game 2. They come back home down 0-2, facing the narrative of the Boston Red Sox being that much better. He still likes his matchup. He still likes his team ability to take this series deep and still be able to win it.
2-1. Right side, Moreland out at second. Throw to first is wide, but stays in play. And Muncy is on with 2 out. And Bogarts grabbing that left leg. Let's take a look.
You see the slide by Turner. He goes into the bag, clips him with his slide leg, but Bogarts is in front of the bag, so there's really nothing that Turner can do differently. He took a inside the grass route to get back in line with the bag, and the slide has to go through the bag, which it did. There'll be no replay because there'll be nothing that was really done wrong.
So 1 on, 2 out. The batter will be Machado, and we'll give you a quick word from Bank of America.
Your FICO score is 705.
Check out the latest stats with Erica, your virtual financial assistant.
Well, Jackie Bradley Jr. goes from right into left with Manny Machado, the right-handed pull hitter, digging in. JD Martinez goes from left to right.
Very aggressive approach from Manny Machado. See if this first pitch is a breaking ball. Whoa.
97, and Machado swung through it. And as they look at those cards that they pull out of a pocket or inside their hat, they're looking at defensive positioning that they're given before the game. And they actually play Machado a bit to hit the other way in the outfield. Strike 2. So you've got Betts in center, Bradley Jr. in left, and JD Martinez typically the DH over in right. Alex Cora doesn't miss much, does he?
He hasn't. He said he made a couple mistakes early, learned from it in the regular season. Well, he's been on point, and he's had a lot of things go his way. And the reason is he's put himself in positions for those things to go his way. Him and his coaching staff.
0-2, the count on Machado.
A lot of body so far out of Machado, meaning getting the body moving, trying to get after the fastball, not trusting his hands as much. And you get laterally, that means the bat's going to drag and not be as quick as you want to be to 98 miles an hour.
Machado with a single off the wall his last time up. Good rip there at 98 from Barnes.
He is actually a pretty darn good high ball hitter, but more middle to middle in. If they stay away, that takes away a little bit of his leverage.
Here's a 1-2. Good block by Vasquez. It was an all-star break trade that brought Manny Machado to the Dodgers. LA lost their terrific young shortstop Corey Seager at the end of April. Had to have Tommy John surgery. Be ready to go in spring training, and they ended up with Manny Machado, the big free agent to be. Here he is, center stage, spotlight on him, 8th inning, tie game, World Series Game 3. And it's gone from 0-2 to 3-2, and Vasquez tells Barnes to settle down.
Yeah, and you could see Machado getting a little antsy with himself because he's been antsy even in his approach to that pitch. You could tell he wants to get the fastball so bad. Watch this. He's even thinking about it. He's got to have that little in-the-head conversation to slow everything down.
Runner will go. That's Muncy. We'll do it again.
Another ball up out of the zone and another foul ball. bad as you want to hit a double or a home run here, if you get the walk, if they give you the ability to walk, then you've got a runner in scoring position with Bellinger on deck. Something that you know they would love to see somebody in scoring position here with a tie game, even with 2 outs.
Just in case Muncy was going to go early. Both bullpens are quiet. For the moment, this belongs to Matt Barnes. And the top of the 9th belongs to Kenley Jansen. First Barnes stepped off, then Machado stepped out. Muncy will go. 3-2. Struck him out. And 8 innings are in the books in Game 3. Jansen back to the hill for the Red Sox. Andrew Benintendi will come off the bench and do the pinch hitting to start this 9th inning against Kenley Jansen. 1-1 the score in Game 3. A strike from Jansen. You look at the numbers for Benintendi. We talked about this during the NLCS with regard to Jansen. He had the irregular heartbeat. It scared him. Second time he's dealt with that. He will have a procedure done in the offseason. Here comes an 0-1 to Benintendi. strike two. What happened was he got on medication to try to correct that. The numbers weren't good when Jansen came back in August, and part of the reason was his medication was off. It was taking kind of the fire out of what he was doing on the mound, and Jansen said it was bothering me that home runs and losses weren't bothering me. Here's an 0-2. Strikeout, except Benintendi just got a piece to stay alive. And he said once they regulated that medication, I felt better. I've been assured that I'm okay. He said I was worried as, you know, a young guy who's a father and a husband and the real life stuff, not just pitching. 0-2 again. Fouled away.
Yeah, and that led to some of those home runs. Of course, his stuff wasn't quite as good as he would have liked it. And as he got the rest and got the medicine underway, his stuff has gotten much better as his playoffs have gone on. Of course, the one blip right now is that 2-out home run to Jackie Bradley Jr.
Another 0-2. A strikeout starts the ninth. Let me ask you, you know, we've seen Pedro Baez dominate here lately. Did you have any issue with Dave Roberts calling on Jansen to start the 8th inning and leaving Baez in the bullpen?
No, basically because I said it was more like a 7th game approach, and that's your horse right there. And because he's had all kinds of rest, you were able to put him in a clean inning. They were 9 batters away, and more than likely in this situation, 9 out of 10 times, he would have been able to deliver those 2 innings. Just so happens the homer is the blemish.
A 1-1 game. Here's Betts, the likely AL MVP. Ball 1.
Because what you've done now is still in a position of strength. You've only had to utilize one pitcher to get to this point. Whereas the Red Sox have had to utilize a lot of options to get to this point. And although be it very excited that they're at this point, the Dodgers still have that leverage being the home team and have plenty of weapons to come out of the pen.
Foul back. Big swing by Betts. Taco Bell is back with Steal a Base, Steal a Taco. Game 1, Mookie stole the first base of the World Series, meaning everybody in America gets a free Doritos Locos Taco. Stop by Taco Bell November 1st from 2 to 6 p.m. to steal yours. 1 ball, 1 strike. Betts is 0 for 3. We talked about it early, John. With David Price texted his manager Alex Cora and said, I'm ready and available if you need me tomorrow. He did that yesterday, and David Price is up for closer Craig Kimbrell.
You know, for all the different scary moments of David Price having some injuries and going on the DL, he has shown that he has a rubber arm. I mean, an arm that bounces back and is willing and able to pitch.
Betts pops it up into right. Puig to his left. 2 out.
I'm just here to tell you, it's not as easy as what the Red Sox are making it look like from their starters' ability to alter their program. It really isn't that easy. And to credit them, willingness to do it, and Alex Cora, willingness to execute it, has been impressive so far.
Obviously, if the Red Sox take the lead in the top of this ninth, the bottom of the inning belongs to Kimbrell. If not, it may be the Game 2 starter, David Price, who worked 2 nights ago and pitched 6. Here's Bogarts.
On the road, a closer in a tie game is one of the toughest positions to be in, because typically in a regular season, you only come in once your team takes the lead. Obviously, at home, you can't apply that because you take the lead, you win.
Strike 1 on Bogarts.
So what that means is you have to temper your ability to get hot. Now, one swing with 2 outs, you're in the game. So you have to technically be kind of hot. But as the game prolongs, you have to temper how much you throw, because this could be the 10th inning, the 11th inning, the 12th inning. That's when it's tough for the closer on the road.
Bogarts, strike 2. Still 0-2 on Xander Bogaerts, and now a quick word from Coke. Jansen quick pitched on that previous 0-2. Bogarts waits and takes.
Yeah, the way that you can quick pitch with nobody on, there's nothing that stops you to do it. And every once in a while, it looks like he's going to go into that long, deliberate motion, and he just kind of fires home, hoping to catch the hitter off guard, and his timing of his long delivery.
Baez getting loose. He was up earlier when Buehler was out there in the 7th. One hop, nice play, Taylor. Bottom of the 9th inning in Game 3. The Dodgers will have Bellinger, Puig, and Grandal in a tie game. Well, here's David Price, who threw 88 pitches 2 nights ago on a cold night at Fenway Park in a 4-2 win. Into the ball game the next game to relieve in a tie game, bottom of the ninth.
Well, again, calculated upside, downside, meaning the risks that are associated with this. Obviously, if he does well, it doesn't matter, and they win the game, a moot point. But if he doesn't, they lose the game. How does this affect his next start? What happens tomorrow? All these kind of decisions thrown in the hopper in a 1-1 game here in the bottom of the ninth.
See what the bullpen has done for Alex Cora. 1 run over 11 and a third innings pitched so far in this World Series. Here's Cody Bellinger. A strike is in there at 94 from David Price. That's as hard as he was throwing 2 nights ago.
I mean, typically in the regular season, this would be your bullpen day session that you go out and get your arm in between starts, but you're not throwing pressure pitches like this.
That bounces in. The Dodgers have had 3 walk-off wins in a World Series game. 3 famous ones. Most recent, 1988, the last time LA won it all. The game 1 walk-off by Kirk Gibson, the pinch hit home run off Dennis Eckersley. A 5-4 final. Bellinger hitless tonight. Chased it. Good pitch from Price. Strike 2.
For starting pitchers, this adrenaline is unmatched. You don't have this adrenaline when you're getting ready to start a game and go through the lineup multiple times. This is a different kind of adrenaline and a different kind of preparation, although be it probably a short one for David Price.
Kimbrel, by the way, is still standing and is up in the Red Sox bullpen. Bellinger sticks the bat out and the base hit into left. Takes a wide turn at first, and he's on to start the ninth.
When Bellinger has been effective this postseason, it's been at bats like that that you think will carry over into successful future at bats. Pitch away, goes away. Got some big hits like this. When you're searching and trying to find the barrel of the bat to get to the ball, that right there couldn't be a better opportunity to utilize his legs, his speed on the bases, and now pressure on the outfield to not let a ball get by them in the gap, or this game's over.
Yeah, Bellinger can fly, the runner at first. The guy at the plate can run too. That's Puig. 1 out of 3. An infield hit his last time. Ball 1 inside. 96 from Price, who was getting ready to come in to a crazy game 4 of the ALCS. Started the next day after throwing 35-40 pitches in the bullpen and pitched brilliantly in the clinching win over the Astros in game 5. Big swing by Puig at 95.
The other thing that's interesting is when you're in this situation, you bring your pitches along so that you have a game plan. Will he have the change-up touch, or will it be more aggressive fastballs? You've seen him early with the fastball, but his changeup was so good in that game you mentioned in Houston, not to mention the game he pitched in Boston.
Now a check on Bellinger. Just to throw it out there so you know it, and you saw that swing by Puig on that last pitch. In the category of a sacrifice, He's had 2 in his big league career, and that came back in 2014. He is up there trying to end it. Yasiel Puig. Flies it into right. That's Betts. 1 out.
See, I was getting ready to say sacrifice. Are we talking about sacrifice? Oh, wait, that was something else. That was practice. There's no sacrificing in baseball.
Here comes Yasmani Grandal.
Grandal turned around to the right side.
His power side is the other side of the plate. The switch hitting catcher will bat right-handed. And that's one of the reasons why Alex Cora had the lefty, albeit David Price up. Bellinger started it. Puig is better against right-handed pitching, so he leaves the lefty in. And Grandal bats right-handed instead of his power side lefty. And he didn't want to bring Drew Pomerantz into his first World Series action in a tie game in the bottom of the ninth.
Right.
We'll see how it works out. Grandal takes the ball. Yasmani Grandal during the regular season hit .241. Hit only .206 right-handed with 4 of his 24 home runs. His postseason career, 2 home runs, but just 8 for 74 and 34 strikeouts. Ball 2.
The beauty of this situation right here, that will be all forgotten. If he can find a gap, watch his teammate Bellinger run and put pressure on the defense of the Red Sox.
Grandal did not start in game 2. He did not face David Price at Fenway. Ball 3. On deck is the number 8 hitter, Chris Taylor. And then Jansen's spot. With Freeze available, Dozier, Kike Hernandez, and Barnes on the bench. That's Hernandez. It's obviously Freeze. 3-0 the count.
Look to Woodward to see if he gave a sign. All he did was hold his hand belt high.
A borderline pitch called strike 1.
Yeah, 3-0. You don't want any part of that anyways, outer part of the plate. And now you can kind of look for a keyhole part of the plate, whereas David Price wants to do the same thing, paint away. And Grandal is looking for middle.
Fouls it straight back.
Wow. Pitch outer third. Height was perfect for Grandal, but better location. I don't think you can start the runner here 3-2-1 out with a guy who swings and misses a little too much.
And they start him. He left too soon. Bellinger caught in a rundown. Price is involved. Flips to Holt, tagging for the out. And the Dodgers lose Bellinger on the bases as he left too early, and there's a reaction from his manager.
Well, even if you're going on the pitch, you got to make sure that the pitcher goes home, and that says it all right there. Nothing else to say.
3 balls, 2 strikes, and I'm with you. Surprised he was running anyway. Trying to get that great jump, and he went too early. And now Price could face only 3 here in the 9th and get around that leadoff base hit. Instead, ball 4. And now Chris Taylor will be the hitter. Alex Cora has Kimbrel ready, and he's going to go to him in a tie game. 2 out in the 9th inning of game 3. Any way you look at it, David Price is used for, in the end, 3 batters, is Craig Kimbrel, who has found his good stuff again after struggling a bit, allowing runs through the first 2 rounds of the postseason. Comes in to try to send this game into the 10th. Cody Bellinger has been talking to himself on the bench ever since he was caught stealing 1-3-6-1-4.
Nice. Way to stay with that.
Here's Taylor. Takes a strike at 98 from Kimbrel. It was actually Steve Horn who hit 1-3-6-1-4. Taylor hitless tonight, hit 17 home runs during the regular season. Lays off that high delivery, a ball and a strike. Taylor with 1 home run during this postseason. It came in the division series. Grandal at first, 2 out. Strike 2. Pedro Baez will come on in the 10th if we go there. The Dodgers so far have used 2 pitchers. This is the 7th pitcher of the night for Boston, but they have the luxury of a 2-0 lead. Going for the throat. 1-2 pitch. Good swing by Taylor at 97 from Kimbrel. Taylor is not a big guy, but when he connects, he can hit the ball a long way, and he's got some pop.
He does. He's just looking for that lane that he loves to see the baseball and then possibly lift it in the air over the fence.
Kimbrel brings it. 2-2. Brian Dozier on deck. If this inning falls to him, he would be at the plate batting for Jansen. Upstairs to run the count full. And that means that Grandal will get a head start at first.
A lot easier against the right-hander, of course, than a left-hander, knowing when he's going to home plate.
Big hole on the right side of the infield as well for Taylor. Runner goes. Taylor takes ball 4.
Now here's the challenge for Dave Roberts. Do you pinch run for Grandal at second? It looks like that's exactly what he's going to do, having Barnes be able to go player for player, a little more speed, and then go right into the catcher spot.
So Grandal, who drew on the 2-out walk, is lifted for the pinch runner, and now the winning run is represented by Austin Barnes at second. 2 out, and Brian Dozier, who was picked up from the Twins in season, is the man at the plate. Another switch in the outfield as J.D. Martinez goes from left to right. That's Jackie Bradley Jr. He goes from center to left, and Mookie Betts goes from right to center.
Kimbrel in these situations sometimes will start the hitter off with that power breaking ball, especially with a runner on second. Good fastball hitter in Dozier.
Ball 1.
Been a little erratic with his fastball. Command-wise. You didn't see that the last couple times out.
Dozier, after getting picked up by the Dodgers, hit only 182. 0 for 4 in this World Series so far. But he was bothered by a knee injury after the trade. This guy can hit. 1-0 on the outside corner. A good pitch. By the way, if this game goes to the 10th, it'll be Moreland, Martinez, and Holt, the 3, 4, 5 hitters. Dozier 0 for 2, lifetime against Kimbrel, takes a ball, 2-1.
That's part of probably Alex Cora's thinking that part of the lineup. He just wants them to get up to the plate.
Well, obviously they don't see a lot of Kimbrel. This group of Dodgers, former National Leaguer with Atlanta, all Dodger position players combined are 1 for 37 in their careers against Craig Kimbrel. The only hit belongs to Puig. 2 on, 2 out, 2-1 pitch. Dozier pops it up. Vasquez gets rid of the mask and has it to send Game 3 into the 10th. Cody Bellinger wondering what might have been if not leaving too soon on that 3-2 pitch. Let's play more. 10th inning, tied at 1. Third pitcher of the night for the Dodgers, and you see what he has done. And in this postseason in particular, 2 hits over 8 1/3, 12 strikeouts. And he's been good against left-handed hitters as he takes over in the 10th inning of a 1-1 game.
Yeah, he's been nasty and really, for the most part, been able to throw enough strikes to be nasty. Certainly would like to continue that here in the top of the 10th.
Austin Barnes stays in the game after pinch running for Grandal. Thought Grandal had a strong game behind the plate. He and Walker Buehler so good through 7. Buehler 2 hits, 7 strikeouts, no walks. The home run by Jackie Bradley Jr. What tied the game with 2 out in the 8th inning off Kenley Jansen. Now it's Baez, and first up is Mitch Moreland. What is it that Baez has that makes him effective against left-handed hitters?
Tremendous split finger action that you can't really pick up. His slider is really good. And of course, his fastball gets on the hitter just as equally fast. But it's that deception of when you think you're getting a fastball on the bottom drops out of that split finger change, if you will.
Barnes flashes the signs. Here comes a 1-0 pitch.
Right there, that's the pitch. So right when you get geared up for a fastball, you get that pitch, and for a left-hander, it's the greatest equalizer. You know, right-handed pitchers to right-handed hitters, you usually have that slider, but he'll split the fingers on that grip and give it more of a call it Fosh changeup split combination.
That is hit in the air to right. Puig to his left. One away. And the Boston Red Sox are asking for more production out of their terrific first-year outfielder DH, J.D. Martinez, who's 0 for 3 tonight, but who hit 43 home runs and drove home 130 during the regular season.
You know, and only he knows what his ankle situation is, but he did a great job in the outfield, what limited play that he had with action. I got some numbers for you that might wow you that most people won't understand.
That sounds like a great setup.
I might have oversold it a little, but I'm going to give them to you anyways.
There's Martinez with strike one.
So as an outfielder for the Red Sox this year, he hit .384 with 16 home runs. And as the DH, he hit .297, still obviously really good, with 27 home runs. But many people might just forget that he played 57 games as an outfielder.
And he was part of the playoff team a year ago when he was picked up by Arizona. Here's the 0-1.
I saw an eyebrow raise. Was that enough to wow you?
Oh, that's good. Good stuff. You are a numbers guy.
I'll tell you what, I'm a numbers guy. My score sheet only has 10 innings on it, so I don't know what to do after that. Then I will be relying on yours goes to what?
15.
15. Okay.
Here comes a 1-1. Martinez checked his swing on a pitch inside, 2-1. Well, the Red Sox got the 2-out home run in the 8th to tie it. They lead 2 games to nothing, and they've got the guy at the plate to try to put him on top for the first time in Game 3.
Right-handers, if there's only one kryptonite that JD has, it's that pitch, a changeup off of a right-handed hitter, because he's trying so much to use the velocity and location of the pitch to his advantage that you can tell right there that he wasn't able to stay back on that split changeup off the bias.
Now the count's 2-2.
Come back with another one. In this game, Buehler and even Jansen elevating the ball and pitching inside to J.D. Martinez. Served Buehler very well.
That was when Grandal was behind the plate catching. Now it's Barnes. Here comes a 3-2. Hooked, foul. And a silencer as everybody here at Dodger Stadium, at least those wearing blue, and there are a lot of Red Sox fans in attendance, went quiet. That guy with mixed emotions. Red Sox jersey, Dodgers rally top. 3-2 from Baez. He walked him. 96 from the right-hander, who talked about this earlier during the NLCS, was left off the postseason roster a year ago. Now we'll have a pinch runner, as Ian Kinsler will come off the bench and run for Martinez here in the 10th inning. Martinez able to reach for the first time. It comes in the 10th inning, and here's Brock Holt with another left-hander, Rafael Devers, the 22-year-old, on deck.
They'll put Holt in the outfield more than likely. Kinsler at second.
Pretty big lead and safe. Muncy thinks he got him. He's throwing it around as he asked the Dodgers bench to ask for a replay. Muncy thinks that Kinsler just got picked off. And he looks like he's right.
It's really close. Let's see if there's another angle. Right.
You're going to look at it.
He's throwing it around. That's confidence. Slide there. Yeah, it's going to be really close. It's going to be a matter of an inch. The finger.
He's out. To me, he looks out. Now, it's still not a guarantee.
Right.
But our replay review is powered by Mitel. I mean, nobody knows more than Muncy, and his initial reaction was just to start firing it around the infield. But we'll wait and see.
It's really close.
Remember, the call on the field is safe, so there has to be definitive evidence to overturn it.
You guys had one in the football game last night that confused the heck out of me. I thought there's no way that was going to be ruled a forward pass.
That's why Mike Pereira is worth his weight in gold. But I don't think he agreed with that call. I mean, it's not infallible. Replay. But when you do it in real-time speed, Chad Fairchild is the one who called safe.
He was going, wasn't he? I mean, he was going to take advantage and try to get to second base.
Safe. Wow. Evidently, they're going to claim not enough evidence to overturn, but
it was close. Yeah, I think that's exactly the call that's going to be.
Looked out to me. You never weigh in on those things.
Learn my lessons, I guess.
Where's Pereira when you need him? 1 on, 1 out. Crowd reacted. Muncy reacted, and on to baseball we go. Runner goes, and a base hit into center. Kinsler will go to third. The throw by Bellinger wide. And now just able to get back to the bag. As the tag was late by Turner as he tried to get to him. And it's first and third, 1 out. And the Red Sox are in business in the 10th.
Well, you could tell before the pickoff he was moving, and Brock Holt so good at handling the bat.
You know, the wide throw, even a perfect throw, might not have gotten Kinsler at third, but it would have kept Turner at the bag. And now I'm not weighing in. You want to weigh in?
I'm not going to weigh in unless they decide to challenge.
You got to watch the back side of that, though, because Turner didn't react as if he got him.
He's safe.
Yeah, he's safe. From that first replay, it looked like the glove was on him. And he is clearly back on.
Well, now with Nunez at the plate, so many different options that come into play. Pressure on the infield and how they're going to play it.
As Nunez comes to the plate, big base hit by Brock Holt. And a guy who comes up with those so often for the Red Sox, their super sub. And it'll be Eduardo Nunez to try to put Boston on top. He had the big moment in game 1. He took a 1-run game and deposited a pinch hit 3-run home run over the monster in left and made it a 4-run game, and that's how it ended. StatCast AI, powered by Amazon Web Services. Well, that pickoff at first is going to be talked about. There's no doubt about that. And on the very next pitch, Brock Holt gets the hit. Here it is. Safe was the call. They stayed with safe, and then Kinsler able to get back to the bag after sliding past it and able to exhale. Now Now it's Holt at first, Kinsler at third, 1 out. And a check on the runner. Devers being lifted for the pinch hitter. And that just shows you what Alex Cora and these Red Sox think about Pedro Baez against the left-handed hitters.
Well, in the National League style, especially even Joe Madden and the Cubs, the undefensible play of the bunt, read the runner reads, and you bunt towards first base. I don't think that'll be a play here the Red Sox use.
There's a ball up and in.
But basically what you're doing is, as the hitter, you square around the third base runner. The runner at third base reads it, and there's a triangle where you can't defend that play. Defensively, you cannot execute.
The other side of it is the Dodger infielders are all pulled in. To come to the plate, it would be really tough for them to turn a double play. 1 out, 1-0 pitch. On the outside corner, a ball and a strike. The Red Sox trying to grab a stranglehold on this World Series, up 2-0. Tie game, top of the 10th. With Maeda, the right-hander, and Alexander, the left-hander, getting loose. Here's a 1-1. Fly ball into center. Is it deep enough? Bellinger's got a good arm. Kinsler tags. Here's the throw home. Kinsler out. The game stays tied. What a throw by Bellinger to keep it 1-1. What a game. What a night. 1-1, bottom of the 10th. Back after this from your local Fox station. Has started a double play from the outfield in the regular season or the postseason, and that throw to the plate, and he didn't rush it. On the fly, the tag by Barnes, who had just taken over behind the plate. And this game is still tied. Remember, as you look at the defensive changes, as Brock Holt, his versatility shows here. Nunez, who just flagged that ball to center to start that double play at third. Holt in left and Ian Kinsler at second. What a trip around the bases for Ian Kinsler.
Yeah, he almost got picked off.
Here's Peterson against Kimball. A check swing. He went.
It really was an unbelievable inning of redemption for Bellinger. He gets picked off himself prior to that, right?
Yeah, that happened, by the way, in the 9th inning. He gets picked off or caught stealing,
right.
However you want to look at it, leaving too soon.
A wide throw to third on the play where Kinsler was going, and then that throw under the gun, knowing Kimbrel's in the game, that's redemption.
And thankfully that pickoff at first base, I guess, becomes a footnote. As it turns out, that is down and away on Jock Peterson. So Kinsler was almost out at first. Muncy thought he was. Replay just stuck with the call. Slid over the bag at third and was tagged late after he got back to the base. And then he's out at the plate. It's the beauty of this game. 1-1. Bottom of the 10th. And a 1-2 pitch coming to Jock Peterson, who homered back in the third. That's in the dirt. He held up, and it's 2-2. Peterson. It's been the up of the home run. It's been the down of 3 strikeouts. 1 for 4. Porcello got him. Rodriguez got him. And then Barnes. That's hammered foul, and goodness. Hopefully everybody's okay over there. Asking for some attention down there. Oh. And now the game is stopped as Peterson is way out of the box. Back to action. 2 balls, 2 strikes. We'll update you on anything that might have happened over there. Jock Peterson. 2-2.
Seeing that breaking ball a little more often now in this at bat. So aggressive early, couldn't stop his swing. A couple of them. This is where Jock Peterson really has shown me his ability to adapt. Last postseason, a lot of huge hits. Early in the career, this bat would have been over.
Here comes another 2-2 from Kimbrel. Peterson leading off the 10th. Pops it up. Left side. Nunez. How about some redemption for Bellinger in the bottom of the 9th? This for out number 2 when he left on a 3-2 pitch too early. Got caught in the rundown, tagged out by Holt. But this, a moment ago, to keep it tied 1-1.
Yeah, first baseman that's out there playing the outfield. He got the ball in the air. Barnes did the rest.
Here's Justin Turner. Chop to third, Nunez. 2 down. And the batter will be Max Muncy with 2 out, nobody on in a tie game, bottom of the 10th. Dodgers have played 1 long extra inning game, and that was game number 4 of the NLCS. That was tied 1-1, but they won in the 13th inning. Two out, nobody on, swing and a miss, strike 1. I know you know Kimbrel well from his time in Atlanta, and for a guy that was told that he was tipping pitches during the postseason and has been able to rectify that, put that out of his head, and then not just not tip, but get his command back. It's impressive, and his stuff has been great.
Yeah, it really has, and it looks like the settle of his glove on where he was coming down, if it truly was this, it's where he was setting up with his glove that was determining which pitch that the hitter could recognize. And because he's so nasty, if you know his breaking ball's coming, that's a huge advantage. And as a pitcher, you never want to have any kind of sense of feeling that the hitter might be picking something up from you, the catcher, anybody. And so, yes, mentally, that's got to be a relief.
The 1-1, Muncy takes ball 2. And now a quick word from Disney.
This Thanksgiving. Huh? Ralph Breaks the Internet. Rated PG.
2 balls and a strike with 2 out, nobody on, and a shift on in the infield. Foul back here and right under the booth, 2-2. If this game goes to the 11th, it'll be the bottom part of the order. Bradley, Vasquez, and then the pitcher's spot. So they won't likely push Kimbrel any deeper into this game. He relieved last inning, got the final out. Here's his 2-2 to Muncy. Full count. Machado next. Dodger pen is quiet, so Baez going back out there if there is an 11th. That's hooked into the corner. That ball is down for a double. And that opens up first base, as Alex Cora will get to do what he wishes with Machado walking in. Here's the double.
The breaking ball stayed up this time, and Muncy stayed on it. Swinging over the top of it early, and he got one up there, and there's the double down the line. Just find it ironic. The conditions were not ideal in the first 2 games. We saw a lot of offense. These conditions. And we're really seeing tremendous pitching, I guess, in a 1-1 game with only 12 hits.
Machado has seen Kimbrel plenty. 0 for 8 with those 3 strikeouts. First base is open. Jackie Bradley Jr. has moved back to left field for Machado. He fouls it away. So another outfield switch. He wants his better defender in left with the right-handed pull hitting of Machado. It's Bradley in left. Betts in center and Holt in right.
Not to mention on a base hit to left, you got a cannon in Bradley. If there happens to be a base hit and a play at the plate.
Muncy the runner. 2 out. 0-2.
I'll tell you what, they've done a nice job, have the Red Sox even attacking Manny Machado up in the zone.
Nothing 2 on Machado. Red Sox have come right after him. And a pop-up on the infield. Hauled in by Bogarts, and that sends game number 3 into the 11th inning. And the 2-out double by Muncy. He's stranded. And the Dodgers now have left 9. 1-1. Eleventh inning now, and we're sitting here because of home runs. Solo shots by the guy on the left and the guy on the right. The guy on the left is leading it off against Pedro Baez. Jackie Bradley Jr., who homered in the 8th off Kenley Jansen with 2 out to tie the ball game after 7 brilliant innings from Walker Buehler. Filthy pitch, strike 1.
Well, even as much as we've said that the longer this game goes, the more advantages the Dodgers have based on the resources left, it still is the most important game for them to win. Not as devastating if the Red Sox were happen to lose. This game and tension grows with each inning that's played for Dave Roberts.
Well, when Bradley touched one off in the 8th, here's what Tom Goodwin thought about it at first base.
We didn't fly no 3,000 miles to get shut out, y'all. We didn't. Oh! Do it, Jackie! Do it, Jackie! Woo! That way, Jack! Woo-wee!
We've heard some sound from Tom Goodwin that just makes you smile.
Come on!
Wearing the microphone, the first base coach. This time Bradley Jr. strikes out. And the first strikeout for Baez after taking over last inning. Moreland led off last inning and fly to right, then a walk to J.D. Martinez. Pinch hitter Kinsler. Baez showed a good move to first. The tag by Muncy. He started to throw it around. Thought they had the runner out. They went to replay. Stuck with the call safe. A hit by Holt sent Kinsler to third. And a shallow fly ball hit by Nunez to center. And that man, Cody Bellinger, cut down Kinsler at the plate to keep it tied. Here's Vasquez. Chopped to third, and now it's going to be Machado to his right. Nice play by Muncy on the big stretch. 2 down.
Well, looks like in the bullpen for the Red Sox, depending on what scenario they're needed, Hembree and Eovaldi.
Boy, so now the Red Sox are in a position where, looking ahead to tomorrow, you would figure one of the guys we've seen tonight is going to start tomorrow, although the one caveat is Rick Honeycutt is going to come out and talk with Pedro Baez and go over the scouting report on Steve Pearce, is Chris Sale. Before the game, Alex Cora said Chris Sale is not off the list necessarily for tomorrow on short rest.
Yeah, it's fascinating to try to play along, to try to think along, and
I think the decision's easy if Eovaldi doesn't get in this game.
You would think, but again, Eovaldi's in the game. If somehow the Red Sox take the lead, in my opinion, he would finish it out.
Those will be questions asked after the game of Alex Cora. Here's Steve Pearce. Picked up in season. He swings and misses. He has been with every team in the AL East, and now he's playing for the team he grew up loving, the Boston Red Sox. His dad was a Red Sox fan. He became a Red Sox fan. He could have a huge moment here in the 11th. With 2 out, nobody on. That's upstairs at 97. Ball and a strike. That skips in there for ball 2. And now a quick word from Coke. The reserves, both on the bench and in the bullpen, are dwindling for Alex Cora. His bench now has only Sandy Leon. One of 3 catchers on this active roster. Here's a 2-1, 2-2.
Big slider behind in the count. Pearce thinking that might have been a fastball where he could launch, but the slider to the outside part of the plate.
Baez trying to go 2 shutout innings here in game 3.
Unofficially, that was the 54th foul ball that went into this crowd today.
Just so you know, I believe Tom Verducci is counting how many fouls have sent baseballs into the seats here at Dodger Stadium. There have been a lot. Another 2-2 pitch to Pearce. It's down, full count. Tom.
Well, Joe, I'm not counting the foul balls, but I'm counting the baseballs. An average big league game goes through about 10 dozen baseballs. We've gone through 20 dozen baseballs tonight. It's a lot of souvenirs. And remember, the most important souvenir was the one from Jackie Bradley Jr. Started this game for defensive purposes, tied the game with the long ball.
Yep. 2 souvenirs counted for more than just a strike. Come off the bat of Peterson. One from Bradley, and that's down and in for a 2-out walk. And you go back to the theme of 2-out action for this Boston Red Sox team as Pierce is on to keep the top of the 11th inning alive and bring in Mookie Betts.
Wow, big take on a 3-2 pitch. That was a great pitch to entice the hitter to swing, and you could tell Baez, knowing who was coming up next, would have loved to run off the mound.
Well, the Red Sox would want nobody at the plate other than the guy who's ready to go. Mookie Betts. At the end of an incredible regular season, where he hit 32 home runs at 346 to lead the league. Here he is. And he gets under it into center. Bellinger, who will lead off in the bottom of the inning, has it. And 2 shutout frames for Baez, thanks in part to Bellinger. Tied 1-1. Waving down there below in straightaway center field. They'll roll that set out to the field at some point. When this thing ends, it's the bottom of the 11th, a 1-1 game, and Heath Hembree is into the game. That's inside to Cody Bellinger for ball 1. Hembree, see, he's been good this postseason in 3 games. He only issued the walks, but no hits or runs in 3 2/3. That's a strike.
The hardest thing to guard against offensively when you get in the postseason, and really when you get into any kind of game, in extra innings is to guard from everybody trying to win it with a home run swing. Right now there's nobody at shortstop, and we've seen Bellinger be able to go the other way, especially with 2 strikes, to get something started.
That's right down the middle at 95 from Hembree, who was traded to the Red Sox back in 2014 for right-handed pitcher Jake Peavy, and who had his best year in the big leagues in 2018. A lot of strikeouts. Career high in appearances, holds. He can pitch. Here's a 1-2. Bellinger spoiled it. So Drew Pomerantz, the left-hander, and Nathan Eovaldi, the right-hander, remain in the bullpen. That is it for Alex Cora. And on his bench, his third catcher, Sandy Leon.
Whatever that ruler-looking thing that Turner had, he had it out in that long extra-inning game against the Brewers.
Jammed him, and Bellinger fouls it back and out of play. After Bellinger, it'll be Puig and then Barnes. Remember, Cody Bellinger had that walk-off hit that won Game 4 of the NLCS in the 13th inning. Base hit off Junior Guerra. Two and two. The left arm of Cody Bellinger was on display in the 10th. Now it's the right arm of Heath Hembree trying to get the ball past him with a 2-2. Checked his swing, full count.
Besides foul balls, the theme has been get the 2 strikes and then deep counts. It's amazing how many of the early 2-strike counts have turned into deep counts and stress pitches on 3 and 2.
8th pitcher of the night for the Red Sox. Bellinger grounds to the right side. A little toss by Kinsler, one away. The batter will be Puig. So we look ahead to tomorrow and we talk college football. Number 20 Wisconsin takes on Northwestern. Kyler Murray and number 8 Oklahoma battle K-State. College football doubleheader kicks off tomorrow at 11:30 Eastern on Fox. Or watch anywhere on the Fox Sports app. Here's Puig.
So many choices this weekend for the LA fans in the craziness of sports bonanza, if you will, from basketball, hockey, soccer, football, college football. A lot of choices. Oh yeah, World Series.
In baseball, the Dodgers trying to make sure there's a game on Sunday. Good rip by Puig, and he looks at his bat like it just failed him. Gives it a kiss, makes up with it as the count evens 1-1. What are you doing? Puig 1 for 4, an infield hit back in the 7th. Hembree brings it. Fly ball into right. Betts comes on to get it. 2 down. And the batter will be Austin Barnes.
Austin Barnes.
His first plate appearance of the game. He pinch ran for Grandal back in the 9th inning. He presented the winning run with 2 out, and Dozier popped up. Ball one outside at 94 from Hembree. If we go to the 12th, Bogarts, Moreland, Kinsler. Hembree not overwhelmed by this first World Series appearance at all. Looks good. Strike one. Ryan Madsen, looking for redemption of his own, is getting loose and ready to go. If we go to number 12. Good swing at 95, belt high, strike two.
Well, Madsen will still have stress on him, but not like he's had on him when he got into the games with the bases loaded. He'll at least inherit a clean inning, it looks like. And certainly that'll be a lot more freeing than no room for error, which was kind of a tough situation for him to come into, and unfortunately just didn't get it done.
Especially for a guy who obviously likes to work from the windup.
Yeah.
2-2. Chris Taylor on deck. Still 2-2.
Did that bounce and he got the foul ball?
It looked crazy, and Vasquez is looking at his dugout, the catcher, like, what just happened? It was called by Barrett immediately. It did bounce, and it did hit off the bat of Austin Barnes.
Wow. And between the legs.
Odd. Still 2-2. Full count. Barnes hit only .205 during the regular season. He was the primary catcher a year ago at this time during the World Series between the Dodgers and the Astros. Didn't start tonight, as Monty Grandal did. 3-2. The eighth pitch of this at bat. And Hembree, impressive out of the bullpen. First work of this World Series. Moment not too big. 3-2 pitch. He walked him. Good take by Barnes, as that was just up out of the strike zone. The 11th inning continues for Taylor.
Another good take, not too aggressive. Barnes understanding what he can and can't do, and I think that served him well. We've seen too many hitters swing at that pitch trying to make something happen out of the zone, and the results have not been good tonight.
Runs tonight have scored on solo home runs. Dodgers have had a tough time manufacturing a run. 2 out, runner on, ball one, as Vasquez at the end of a long night had to reach for that.
Hembree has a unique way of throwing the baseball. He kind of gets sometimes underneath it, but he's got that funky angle at which he throws his slider and fastball. Still getting underneath some of them with tremendous velocity.
Taylor 0 for 3 with a walk tonight. Takes ball 2. If he should reach, David Freese, who has had a flair for the dramatic in World Series past and in an 11th inning in particular in Game 6 of 2011 against the Rangers. Waits on deck. Taylor's looking for a pitch on 2-0. He fouls it straight back. We've seen all these moves by Dave Roberts throughout this postseason. Line changes, as they call them, with his bench and getting right-handers out and left-handers in. A pretty clean game on the Dodgers side. Only used 3 pitchers. Looking for a 2-out hit from Taylor. 2-2. Full count, and that means Barnes, who can run, will get a head start at first base.
I feel like you've said that a lot tonight. Full count.
I have. And the whole 2-out, runners on, get a head start. Yeah, that's been on repeat. Hembree send it to the 12th. Time called by Vasquez. Runner goes. Struck him out. And on to the 12th inning we go. A scoreless frame put up by Heath Hembree. Still tied 1-1. Into the 12th inning we go in Game 3 of the 2018 World Series, tied 1-1. And the big bats are ready to go against Ryan Madson, the veteran 38-year-old right-hander who misses down for a ball to Xander Bogaerts.
The fastball is what got Madson in some trouble. Lack of command.
Double switch as Taylor is removed. Kike Hernandez takes over. This one back to Madson. 1 out. And that means Kike Hernandez will lead off in the bottom of this 12th inning, and that was a one and done. Alexander, the left-hander's been warming up. Couple of pitches, and the 38-year-old will exit. The younger left-hander, Scott Alexander, will enter. 1 out in the 12th. It's coming up, and Scott Alexander takes over. We're still here. Glad you're still here. Joe Buck, John Smoltz. This is some game.
It really is, and I just try to get in the extra inning mindset of the hitters is interesting for me, and what they're all trying to accomplish. Getting on base would be priority number one.
Here's Scott Alexander, who was 8th in the league in appearances this year, was not available, not on the roster for the NLCS, but added back for the World Series, and he deals with Mitch Moreland, who's 0 for 4 tonight, and has to take on his first left-handed pitcher. Strike one. Madson got 1 out. It's Moreland now, and remember, JD Martinez was lifted for a pinch runner. Ian Kinsler, he's on deck. The 1-1. Big swing and a miss at 93 from Alexander. 1-2.
Moreland has that unique, looks like step away swing. He's opening up. hoping to get the ball in the area he likes it. That ball was nasty down. And against left-handers, typically upstairs, gives him fits as well.
Here's a 1-2. 2-2. And more baseballs for the home plate umpire and crew chief Ted Barrett. More activity for the Red Sox with Nathan Eovaldi representing one of 2 remaining pitchers for Alex Cora. The other, Drew Pomeranz, the lefty. Moreland strikes out.
And at this point, that's why Dave Roberts knows the longer he can extend this game, the more options he takes away, possibly from Alex Cora regarding tomorrow. And as you mentioned, only 2 pitchers left for tonight that we know of.
And the only other option would be Sale.
There he is.
There he is, sweatshirt on.
He's out.
Here's Kinsler. Alexander misses with ball 1. Scott came from Kansas City in a 3-team trade over the offseason. Dave Roberts can play the matchup game here in the 12th inning because of the strong start by Walker Buehler. He ate up 7 innings, 2 innings by Jansen, 2 by Baez. So Roberts has the luxury to use 2 here in the 12th. Nobody on, 2 out, 2-0 pitch, back to Alexander. Who's going to break through? Hernandez will lead it off. Then Peterson and Turner. Still tied back after this from your local Fox station. Scoreless 11th put up by Heath Hembry. Alex Cora uses the last man on his bench, and that's Sandy Leon to do the catching. As Cora tries to build in some space before an Eovaldi at bat. If we get there in the 13th or whenever.
Yeah, I would think this is his game the rest of the way.
Vasquez moves from catcher to first base. And Moreland is taken out of the ball game. That's where the pitcher will bat, number 3. Here's Kike Hernandez. Eovaldi has been sensational in the postseason. His stuff is electric. He's still building after coming back from his second Tommy John surgery, and Alex Cora is not afraid to use him.
He's not. And, you know, if this game goes to the Red Sox, all that took place in this game means absolutely nothing. It was worth every second of it. But if it doesn't, that's when you start looking at a conventional loss might have been better than a long, expensive loss. This could be an expensive loss. They have a lot of resources and weapons to go to, but at least to this point, they're in the game and have a chance still to win it. Eovaldi can get it done.
Hernandez 2-2. Tom Verducci, you know, it remains to be seen who's going to pitch tomorrow as a starter. Looks like a bullpen day, and again, Alex Cora doesn't care, especially if they win.
Well, you remember, Joe, it was hours ago before this game, he told us, you know, he manages to win a game and doesn't worry about tomorrow. But tomorrow is starting to come into play here.
That's hooked foul.
I think John was right that this started out as Dave Roberts telling us it's a must-win game for the Dodgers. And yet now, because of the resources that Alex Cora has spent in this game, tomorrow becomes huge. To try to win this game tonight, enormous for the Red Sox. In fact, Dave Roberts was talking to Clayton Kershaw just at the top of this inning when Eovaldi came in and started talking about Drew Pomerantz as a potential Game 4 starter for the Red Sox. He hasn't pitched in 3 weeks.
Hernandez fouls it away, and again, just to throw it out there, Chris Sale's name was brought up by Alex Cora. Not off the board doesn't mean he would use him tomorrow. He would be scheduled for a Game 5 if there is one. The only guy left down there is Pomerantz.
He doesn't look too concerned about getting in the game anytime soon. I would think Eovaldi's got this for the rest of the way.
Going the other way, and that's Vasquez, who has to feed Eovaldi, and the guy who started the game behind the plate at the end of a long night makes a nice play.
Sure did make a nice play.
This is his first ever appearance at first base. Backed up and then fed Eovaldi perfectly to the base, 1 out.
Well, you know his hands are good as a catcher. He's got the ability to use that as a weapon, but he's looking over to the bench going, see, got this. It's 1 out.
The Red Sox in this Game 3 have tied the records for players used, 23, and pitchers used, 9 in a World Series game.
And all that's left to determine is, will it be worth it or costly?
Here's Jock Peterson. He tried to check it, could not. Strike 1. This is already the longest World Series game in terms of innings at Dodger Stadium. It's hosting its 10th World Series, Dodger Stadium, in its 57th year. The 0-1 high. It's just amazing that Eovaldi, who is evolving with this stuff, just can light up a radar gun triple digits, and it doesn't seem to matter when he pitches. The routine's thrown off. He doesn't care.
Well, his arm has always been unquestionably a gift. It's the mechanics of how he throws the baseball. He utilizes his lower legs.
Just blows it by the bat of Peterson for strike 2.
And now, after coming back from another Tommy John surgery, he's been able to be comfortable in utilizing that velocity in any part of the strike zone. Like literally, doesn't matter. Seems like so far in the postseason.
Peterson skies one into center. Jackie Bradley Jr. without number 2. And Justin Turner will be the hitter. The Dodgers and the Red Sox longest World Series game by innings came 102 years ago. You've heard so much talk coming into this World Series about the Brooklyn Robins with the Dodgers till 1932. Taking on the Boston Red Sox, and that was the 14-inning game. Boston won 2-1 when Babe Ruth threw a 14-inning complete game. We're in the 12th with 2 out. Strike 1 on Justin Turner. Two quick strikes on Turner. So some more World Series facts. Red Sox and Dodgers. That one on the top. Last 13 innings were shut out by Babe Ruth. The Carlton Fisk game. 1975 Game 6. The series obviously didn't have a happy ending for Boston. That moment unforgettable. Dodgers 1977 Game 1. That's high. And now the Red Sox and Dodgers playing in the 12th inning here in Game 3 of 2018. Eovaldi. Check swing didn't go. 2-2.
Amazing discipline for Turner. What's amazing about his 2-strike approach, not only does he hit for average, but he'll hit a mistake for a homer. If you get it in that down and in kind of scenario, he could throw the bat, barrel the bat right there with that leg kick that he uses for timing. I saw him stay back and check swing, and a nasty pitch right there.
What's it going to be on 2-2 with the bases empty, 2 out? Skips in there. Manny Machado, who has 1 hit in this game, 1 for 5 is on deck, or rather 2 batters away. Muncy, here's Machado. Muncy would get a crack at Eovaldi if Turner can keep this 12th inning alive. Otherwise, in the 13th, Brock Holt will lead off. 3-2. Struck him out. 101 on the radar gun from Nathan Eovaldi. It's incredible what he's been able to do. Holt, Nunez, Bradley coming up. What a game. Into the 13th we head. Did you think we'd be playing 13 innings in game 3 when you woke up this morning? What a game. 1-1. Brock Holt takes a strike, and it's been a pitching clinic. Buehler, Porcello, a good start. Didn't get through 5, but allowed only 1 run on 3 hits. Struck out 5, walked 1. Red Sox have used 9 pitchers tonight. Alexander finished off the top of the 12th, and he's 0-2 on Brock Holt, starting the 13th. Holt 1 for 4. He singled back in the 10th. He got the base hit up the middle off Baez that sent Kinsler to third, and then Kinsler out at the plate on that throw by Bellinger to end the inning. Outside, ball 1. In the bottom of the inning for the Dodgers, Muncy, Machado, Bellinger. Dylan Floro, the right-hander, gets loose. Here's a 1-2.
0-2-2-2. What are the chances it goes to 3-2?
We've seen it a lot tonight. Nunez on deck. And then Jackie Bradley Jr.
At some point, one of these teams have got to put extra pressure on the pitchers by getting people on base, especially the leadoff batter.
Hey, it's 3-2. Rick Porcello started this game hours ago. 3-2. He walked him. A leadoff walk to start the 13th inning as Brock Holt
OBP, baby.
fights his way on base after falling behind 0-2.
It's only the 5th time in the game that there has been a leadoff runner on, and we're in the 13th, first time since the 9th. Bellinger.
And he was out stealing, leaving too soon for the second out on a 3-2 pitch. Here's Nunez. A throw over to see if Nunez was going to tip his hand at the plate with regard to a bunt. 19 career sacrifices, 1 this year for Eduardo Nunez. Do they let him swing away? He homered at Fenway. That bounces in. The runner goes. And down to second as Nunez ends up on his back. And they're going to check on Nunez. He's been bothered by a bad ankle, and he went down hard. Meanwhile, the go-ahead runs at second with nobody out as that pitch bounced in from Alexander.
You can see it was just trying to get the ball was Barnes, and you could see that Nunez was trying his best to get out of the way. Great read by the base runner. As soon as this ball was thrown at about 54 feet.
And Nunez, and the Red Sox need him to continue. There's nobody left on the bench except if you want to go to pitcher, but then you need somebody to play the infield. He's playing third base now. So Alexander had an 0-2 count on Brock Holt, walked him. Holt kind of an odd jump at first. Started, hesitated, and went down to second when that pitch bounced in there. And Nunez says he's okay to continue with a count of 1-0.
I wonder if that changes the strategy at all for Nunez, especially what he just went through, and whether or not he can butt him over to third. But I think they're going to try to have a couple cracks at it here with Bradley on deck.
Eduardo Nunez, go ahead run at second, chops it to the right side, going to be a tough play, and safe. Ball gets away. To the plate is Holt. Red Sox on top 2-1. And Nunez on his back again as he had to hustle down the line. That ball was just chopped into that no man's land. And the Red Sox have their first lead of the night. Let's take a look.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Muncy didn't read it. And by not reading it, he put a lot of pressure on the second baseman to get over there because Alexander fields it and has it, but has nowhere to go with the ball at the bag. Amazing. 0-2 to a walk.
Hernandez just could not corral that toss from Alexander, and Nunez happy that that ball he just put into play has his Red Sox on top. He just got up a moment ago after ending up in the dirt, and he's now running down the right field line. So after all this and all these pitching changes and all these players used, Boston has a 2-1 lead here in the 13th inning, and there's still nobody out. And they have Nathan Eovaldi in the game on the mound for the bottom of the inning. But it started with a walk. And now Jackie Bradley Jr. steps to the plate. They've given Holt a stolen base. And the ball off the bat of Nunez was just scored a hit. E1. So an error on Alexander, no RBI, but a run for Boston. How about Eduardo Nunez? In game one, he hits a pinch hit 3-run home run over the monster in left. Crushed it. Now this little chopper up the first baseline leads to a run here in the 13th.
Well, I was talking about getting the leadoff runner on to create pressure, and that's exactly what happened. The pressure was put on the Dodgers after the walk.
Bradley takes a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Again, it's a single for Nunez and an error on Alexander, the pitcher. And a run scores for the Red Sox here in the 13th inning.
Come on, Jack.
That was Nunez talking over to his dugout. As Alexander checked on him. On deck is Vasquez. Here's a 1-1. Into left center field. Bellinger is back to grab it. And Nunez hustles back to the bag. And that'll be it for Alexander, with Vasquez coming up. And Dylan Floro ready in the bullpen. Two to 1, the Red Sox lead it. 1 on, 1 out. A walk started the trouble for Alexander. Another pitching change for for the Dodgers. What an inning for Nunez. Flipped on that pitch in the dirt. Gets a base hit on that chopper to the right side. All smiles for the Red Sox, who lead by 1. For the Boston Red Sox, he came on in the 10th. Here's Dylan Floro, second pitcher of the inning. Here are his numbers this postseason. He's now trying to keep it a 1-run game. Vasquez takes a strike.
Floro, sinking action and slider. Would love to have a sinking fastball hit to one of his infielders for a double play. Not a lot of speed at the plate. You wouldn't think there's a lot of speed at first with all that Nunez has been through.
That is down in the inning. A walk, a steal, an infield hit, an error, and a run, most importantly. And after all these moves, Alex Cora has what he wants. He's got a lead, in this case in the 13th inning, and he's got Nathan Eovaldi, who will go back out there and try to end this game.
Oh, the rest of it. Yeah.
Vasquez 1 for 4. On deck is Leon. The 1-1. Runner was going as Alex Cora is trying to get more motion going on the bases, starting the runner, and Nunez okay to take off at first. In the bottom of this 13th inning, Max Muncy, Manny Machado, and Cody Bellinger. If anybody gets on, Yasiel Puig. With Nathan Eovaldi, the pitcher of record now for Boston. Christian Vasquez on 1 and 2 strikes out. This was during the pitching change when Floro came on. And Rick Porcello, tonight's starter. Oh, man. Rick Porcello, tonight's starter, was checking his teeth after getting headbutted with a pumped up Eduardo Nunez. He won't do that again.
No.
Here's Leon. Nunez got flipped on that ball in the dirt by Barnes on the steal. Had to dive in hand first at first. Here comes the 0-1 to Sandy Leon. The ball and a strike.
We got to hand it so far to Alex Cora. He created and kept the pressure on the Dodgers with utilizing this game the way he did, because it is all the pressures on the Dodgers. They're down 2-0, and it looked like the way this game was being played, the advantage was going to start being given to the Dodgers with all that was at stake and a win. And they still have the right part of the lineup to come up to muster up 1, possibly 2 runs, and their playoffs mental picture, that's what they're facing right now. Mentally, they're facing like, you can't believe we're in this spot. Down 2-1.
And down the Dodgers are 2-0. 2 balls and a strike on Leon. 2-2 from Dylan Floro. 6th pitcher of the night for LA. The Red Sox have grabbed the lead here in the 13th inning. Little pop-up, long run, and nobody would get there. And outside of the throw that kind of trickled away at first, the 2 batters that produced the run, the ball did not leave the infield. A walk, a steal, an infield hit, and an error. Leon trying to get Mookie Betts to the plate as the Red Sox try to tack on. Leading by a run. Here's the 2-2. That's into the right field corner. Nunez, bad leg and all, is digging to third. They will hold him there on a double by Leon. And the Red Sox, with more 2-out noise, have second and third, and Betts coming up.
Well, Betts won't get a chance to hit, so it'll be on Bogarts to get it done, and I'm sure he's been in this situation before and takes a lot of pride when a manager walks the guy before him.
Good at bat by Sandy Leon.
Puig gets it in.
The walk is handed to Betts. That loads the bases. And Leon now has his 3rd hit. First extra base hit of this World Series. He's 3 out of 5. Bogarts now could open it up. An 0 for 5 night. Strike 1 hits the outside corner.
That's a great first pitch with the bases loaded and all that's on the line here. You know you've got to be really good and get aggressive in the zone if you can early and make that pitch away. Get strike 1 helps out a lot.
Kike Hernandez comes in. Austin Barnes goes out. 0-1 on Bogarts. One for 12 in this World Series. The 0-1. That is a fair ball in the end of the inning, as Barnes just has to step on the plate for the force out. And the Red Sox leave the bases loaded and have stranded 6. Bottom of the 13th inning. Big bats coming up for the Dodgers. Down 2-1. In game 1 of this World Series at Fenway, and he got the hit that produced the go-ahead run here tonight in the 13th inning, just by putting the bat on the ball. Not credited with an RBI, but he doesn't care, and neither do the Red Sox, who are 3 outs away from a 3-0 series lead. First up, Max Muncy. Fooled on the pitch by Eovaldi. It was an earned run that scored in the top of this 13th inning. And the rally started with a walk to Brock Holt. Here's the 0-1. Inside at 99. 1 ball, 1 strike. And if the media or we were talking and wondering about tomorrow's starter for the Red Sox, right now Alex Cora couldn't care less.
No, he couldn't. Getting the game to this point was an ideal situation for him. Now he hopes it pays off.
It's up to Eovaldi and the heart of the order for the Dodgers. Over toward his dugout, strike 2. Eovaldi took over in the 12th, had a 1-2-3 inning and struck out Turner as he was hitting triple digits with the fastball. Machado on deck, and then Bellinger.
The Dodgers are going to have to show some kind of fight with 2 strikes like the Red Sox did for the most part in this night, especially the top half of this inning.
Inside, 2-2.
Because that's all it takes sometimes. I mean, you know, innocently 0-2, you figure the hitter's in a disadvantage. Well, he worked the walk, and then you saw what happened after that. That's what the Dodgers mindset's going to have to be here. Any way, anyhow, get on base.
checked it. Full count. And a good take by Muncy.
A great take on a really good pitch that he had been swinging at most of the night. So now you got to tell yourself 3-2. Same old rule. If the pitcher thinks you're aggressive, he's going to throw the same type of pitch.
Three-two pitch. He tried to hold up and did on ball 4. And the Boston bench is livid. Alex Cora cannot believe it. The leadoff man is on.
Well, I think it looked worse than it actually was. He had a violent move with his elbows, but the barrel of the bat is held behind at an angle that I'm sure you can't see from the first base side. Nonetheless, everybody always wants that call.
Well, just like in the top of the inning, the hitter was, in this case, Muncy, behind on the count, worked a walk. Here's Machado. Thought he had homered back in the 6th inning. Watched it, it hit off the wall. Went for a long single. .99 for ball 1. Muncy the first to reach against Eovaldi in this World Series. Pitching in his 4th inning. Machado with a big swing. Strike 2.
Machado's got to find a way to stay off that high fastball.
All in for the season, Machado has hit 40 home runs. .13 in the regular season with the Dodgers, 3 more in the postseason. Set up at 1-2. Now 2-2. Checked it on ball 3.
Tough decision here. 3-2. I don't think you can send Muncy. But I didn't think they were going to send Bellinger.
Manny Machado hits it in the air. Brock Holt is there. 1 out. And back to first is Muncy. Machado 1 for 6 in game 3. It'll bring in Cody Bellinger.
He'll be ready to swing from the very first pitch. Mentioned in the start of the game, getting closer, but still not having the production, popping up some pitches, just missing some pitches. Boy, would he like to time one here. And with this crowd, love to see him time one.
Runner at first, one out. Bellinger leans back from strike one. Bellinger knows how to launch his postseason. He's hit one home run that came in Game 7 in Milwaukee. The reigning Rookie of the Year, 39 a year ago. 25 in the regular season in 2018. Ball and a strike. One to Bellinger. Down and in. Leon behind the plate. Vasquez playing first base. Holding against the tying run. Max Muncy with one out.
Short of a home run, obviously the Dodgers are trying to figure out a way how they can get somebody in scoring position. The Red Sox did it on a pitch in the dirt.
Bellinger didn't go. 3-1.
Another great take. Leverage count, 3-1 for Bellinger.
The Dodgers have had 3 walk-off wins in a World Series game. Avigetto in 47, Jackie Robinson in 56, Kirk Gibson in 1988. Cody Bellinger. Full count, big swing. Evaldi ready. Popped up. Left side, foul ball, long run, and caught by Nunez. He goes into the seats, and with good base running, Muncy goes to second base. And the adventures of Eduardo Nunez continue as he ends up in the front row. And he had to go a long way to make that catch.
He did have to go a long way because of the shift, and the momentum takes him in over from the stands. And he threw the ball back from the stands, and I think Dave Roberts is going to ask the umpires for that very reason. He's got the ball there, and then watch. We didn't follow through. Watch as he throws it from the stands. I think he's going to ask home plate umpire and get the answer he wants.
So now Muncy's at second. And Yasiel Puig will be the hitter. Dave Roberts came out, talked to the home plate umpire, Ted Barrett, who is a crew chief. The runner remains at second base. 2 down, and the decision now for Alex Cora. You've got a base open. But if you put Puig on, you're putting the potential winning run aboard. On deck is Austin Barnes, who hit .205 during the regular season.
outfielders are dancing around. Holt was looking, do I need to move? Do I need to change? But he stayed in left field. And we've seen a lot of changes from where the outfielders position based on who's up.
Puig could tie it with a hit. 2 out. Red Sox leading, and strike one as they come right after Yasiel Puig. Puig an infield hit tonight. 1 for 5. 2 for 11 in this World Series with 1 RBI. There's a big one sitting out there for him here in the 13th inning. The 0-1.
He's had some big hits already in this postseason. He may not have a ton of them, but he's had some big ones. And this usually fits the Yasiel Puig mode.
He had the 3-run home run in Game 7 of the NLCS in Milwaukee. Looking for a hit to tie it. Muncy at second, the 1-1. That's up the middle. It's backhanded. Throw to first is wide. This game is tied. Kinsler threw it wide. It's 2-2.
Well, getting somebody to second base. Watch the footing of Kinsler. He slips, and that slip might have had something to do with the throw. He gets his feet off balance, and he tries to come up and make the throw. And unfortunately for Kinsler and the Red Sox, that allowed the tying run to score. Getting to second base. So big right there on that pop-up that went into foul territory.
I was just going to say, the base running of Muncy, so big. When Nunez ended up in the front row, Muncy tagged up, went to second, and then was coming to the plate on that ball up the middle and the throw that got away from Kinsler. And now the umpires get together to make sure that Yasiel Puig should be at first. He's coming back from second base. The game's tied. But Dave Roberts now is going to go out and talk because Puig went down to second base. The umpires came together, but no review yet as that throw got past the first baseman Vasquez. And there's that divot with the slip by Ian Kinsler. The question is, did the ball go in the well? And they're going to look at it now. And this will determine whether Puig is at first or in scoring position at second.
Something about Puig in this moment locks him in. And nothing bigger at this point in the playoff lives of the Dodgers.
You know, Kinsler, and it's easy to say now, Kinsler may have had a little more time than he thought, even though it is Yasiel Puig coming down the line. But he made that off-balance attempt, kind of that sidearm throw.
But see right there, that little slip that got him off balance.
I mean, Puig looked like he was about halfway. And now the review powered by Mitel. And Mitel has been front and center with these reviews.
How unbelievable has this inning been, where not one ball that got out of the infield has been the reality of us even still talking about it.
Well, yeah, and the inning started the same way.
Yes, for each
top
side.
half to the bottom half. Hitter fell behind. In that case, it was Holt. In this case, Muncy drew a walk.
He drew a walk that was argued vehemently by the Boston dugout, thinking that he had swung on a check swing. So
this is no small matter here as to whether this ball went out of play. Let's try to take another look. Vasquez Didn't touch it. It gets past him. And then it goes out of our view. We haven't seen anything that would say he should definitely be at second base. And what is a 2-2 game?
Well, reminiscence of the crazy game last year in the World Series. Obviously, a lot more runs were scored in that Game 5, and it was Game 5 in Houston, right? Yes, last year. The craziness of trying to get the final out on several different occasions.
Yep. I don't think there's a definitive view. Puig stopped at first and then was alerted by the bench that he should go down to second. The Dodgers thought that ball went out of play. And now he's just trying to get loose. But here's the call by Ted Barrett. And they're going to keep him at first base.
So the problem after a review is Dave Roberts can't talk to anybody to explain, or just can't talk after a review has been rendered.
You can hear Dave Roberts saying, you can hear and liberate him saying, can I protest? And he wants to have his say. But right now, the runner, potential winning run, is at first base, not second. Tom Verducci, what did you hear down there?
Well, the Dodgers' position is that that's not a judgment call. They're saying they might protest because it's a ground rule when the ball going in the well. But clearly, the umpires didn't see enough on the replay to say it did go in the well. That's why they're asking if they could protest.
Yeah, just on that replay, the ball was out of our frame. Nothing to say if it did or didn't. Here's Barnes now, popping up into right. Mookie Betts is there, and this game is going to the 14th inning. A run, an inning that started with a leadoff walk. Good base running by Max Muncy. He and the Dodgers now smile. Game 3 is tied 2-2 into the 14th. Fourteenth inning now, and the game is tied 2-2 on a ball hit. As you look at the extra innings summary, The ball hit by Puig. It went via the official score, a base hit and then an error on the throw that allowed the run to score, and Nathan Eovaldi takes a strike. So Eovaldi bats, and he's going to have to go back out there for another inning. Again, the only guy left for Alex Cora is the left-hander Pomeranz. 2 quick strikes from Dylan Floro.
And really the only reason the inning the Dodgers tied it up was just the momentum of Nunez carrying him into the stands, which allowed the runner to go an extra base.
That was one of the most productive foul outs to third in World Series history. Off the bat of Bellinger that sent Nunez tumbling over the railing. Muncy was ready to take the base. He got down to second, was running on the ground ball by Puig as they elected to pitch to him, not put him on. And the error allowed the run to score. That's ball 1 to Nathan Eovaldi. And again, all that other stuff is back in play now with regard to where the Red Sox are should they not win this game, with regard to tomorrow's game and the starter. And Alex Cora is still shaking his head. Here's a 1-2. Eovaldi strikes out. Ken Rosenthal, give us your thoughts.
Joe, the Dodgers have been waiting all series for the Red Sox use of the rover to ultimately backfire. And if this game turns in the Red Sox favor, they up 3-0, okay, they can figure it out tomorrow and maybe figure it out from there. But if it doesn't, if this ends with the Dodgers trailing only 2-1, the Red Sox not knowing who they're pitching tomorrow, having gassed Eovaldi and Price tonight, with Chris Sale going in Game 5, this could crumble, and crumble in a way that would not be pretty.
Floro now deals with Kinsler, who made the error to allow the tying run to score a moment ago in the bottom of the 13th inning, and he takes a ball. Kinsler 0 for 1. His first at bat came in the 12th. 14th inning, 1-0 pitch, fooled him. Ball and a strike.
The amazing thing about this is we've seen the Dodgers empty their benches in games prior to this, and they have people still on their bench, right? I mean, it's amazing.
Freeze is left, and he was in the on-deck circle when Barnes flied out to end the 13th. That is a check swing, didn't go. 2-1.
In Game 2 against the Brewers, had they not rallied in that 8th inning, their pitcher would have had to bat in the 9th inning. Of course, Turner hit that 2-run homer. So many things, twists and turns, changed for the Dodgers, and you see Freeze still available.
That is outside, and the count to 3-1. On deck is Brock Holt. He started that odd rally last inning with a walk. Same way the bottom of the inning started, and there's Eduardo Nunez. Here's a 3-1 from Floro. Trying to untie the game was Kinsler. A full count. Into center. Bellinger barely has to move. 2 down. Why is this big for the Dodgers? Even including all the talk about where the Red Sox go with their starter tomorrow and what it means for the rest of this series. Teams up 3-0 all time. The World Series, well, they've been able to avoid a Game 6 for the teams that are up 3-0 throughout World Series history. And here comes Rick Honeycutt with Brock Holt coming up. 2 out, nobody on. The only team to come back down 3-0, the Dave Roberts Boston Red Sox, who came back to beat the Yankees in the ALCS 2004.
Well, at this point, when you're coming out to talk with 2 outs, you're basically letting your pitcher know where, if any, is his power stroke, because you want to stay away from the home run. Good low ball hitter is Holt.
And also a reminder as to who's behind him. Not that he can't just look over there, but there's some strategy with regard to what to do with Holt. You've got the right-handed hitting Nunez on deck, so after getting Kinsler, Floro can pitch how he wishes to Holt. Ball 1 outside.
Urias is in the bullpen, and certainly you'd like to save a move if you can for Dave Roberts. Only 1 home run Holt has off of left-handers, much more off of righties.
But for Dave Roberts, if he can get Floro through the top half of this 14th, then he can make a clean switch to start the bottom of the inning with a pinch hitter.
That's why it's so important.
Floro falls behind 2-0. Two and 1. Steve Hurt in the booth from Elias. He's been working hard back there. This ties the longest World Series game by innings. As we play in the 14th, Holt fouls away strike 2. We have also broken the World Series record for time of game, which was previously held by the White Sox and the Astros in 05. A 5-hour, 41-minute game, and I'm too tired to do the math as to how long this one's gone.
I think we've set another record, but it would be unofficial. Most baseballs used in a game.
2-2. Wow, that bounced in there. Way in front of the plate. Took a hop over the head of Austin Barnes and the head of the home plate umpire Ted Barrett.
Spiked his changeup.
Coming up on 11 o'clock here in LA, and this game is tied 2-2 into the bottom of the 14th inning. And these managers, they've been working hard tonight. Frustration, elation. Back after this. dapper and put together by Vicky Trilling there in the front. There's A-Rod and Kevin and Poppy and the big hurt. David Freeze bats for Floro. Good work by Dylan Floro. Freeze, strike one. Nathan Eovaldi back out there. Big numbers this postseason and a home run, 5 RBIs for the former World Series MVP. That is a terrific play by Eovaldi. Takes a hit away from Freeze.
Wow. Prior to this inning, the 14-inning stretch, the crowd was going crazy. So they're still energized and alive.
What a good play by Eovaldi. That ball was hit hard.
Yeah, that was going to be a base hit. And shift on Freeze, but he checked into the game about almost 6 hours later.
This game started about 10 after 5 local time. Here's a breaking ball for a strike. And it's now 11:03. 0-4. Kike Hernandez, his second at bat, grounded out his first time. With 21 home runs during the regular season. He's had a tough time making contact in the postseason. A lot of big swings, nothing in 2.
Well, the other thing, because of the way this game's been played and really the choices some of the managers had to make, you wonder if JD Martinez doesn't have a bad ankle, does he get pinch ran for? And he hasn't been available for quite some time because of that. So they're missing that bat. But you kind of understand that move based on his condition with his foot or his ankle.
Here's the 0-2. That's into center. A 1-out hit. Tell you what, no matter what happens, who wins this game, who loses it, I don't think Nathan Eovaldi can do any more for his Red Sox here in the postseason. And whoever wins this, whichever side, it's going to feel like 2 wins.
Yeah, exactly. That's where we're at now. The Dodgers, they need it more, obviously, for their momentum and their chances moving forward.
That's Rich Hill, Milton, Mass native. Former member of the Red Sox multiple times. Supposed to get the ball in game 4. Here's Peterson. Homered back in the 3rd. Trying to launch, and he skies it on the infield. Kinsler has out number 2.
Well, we'll see how aggressive Dave Roberts tries to get with his best hitter at the plate. Seeing if Kike can get to second base. Yes, Eovaldi throws it hard, but he is a little bit slower to home with that leg kick. He makes up for it with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
Coming up on a 6-hour game. Only 4 runs total, 106 plate appearances. You can read along with me. Hernandez, in case you're wondering, stole 3 bases during the regular season. Has 2 this postseason. Turner. Good pick by Leone, the catcher.
Oregon player still hanging in there. Notice he's still doing his spot, doing his job.
They've gone through 28 dozen baseballs. 336. Fought it off. Little fly ball into right. Mookie Betts is there. And game number 3 will go to the 15th inning. Tied 2-2. Well, now the longest game in World Series history is on your television. Both by innings and time. 2-2. A double switch as Kenta Maeda comes into the ball game and misses for ball 1. Good work by Dylan Floro. And Maeda hasn't looked as sharp here lately in the postseason. Kike Hernandez out to left. Max Muncy goes to second. David Freese stays in at first. 2-0 the count on Nunez. The pitcher for the Dodgers is now in the leadoff spot. Jock Peterson is out. Nunez right in the middle of the action. Started a double play that ended the top of the 10th when he flied to center, and Ian Kinsler was thrown out at the plate by Cody Bellinger. That's high, and the count 3-0. We talked to Dave Roberts before the game about the stuff of Kenta Maeda. He said it's okay. He's kind of slid down with his standing in the bullpen. Can't throw a strike yet. And swinging on 3-0 is Nunez, 3-1.
A little forced velocity at times rather than natural velocity. You can tell that he grunts a little bit as he throws the pitch. He started off with a really good slider that missed a little bit below the zone.
That home run by Nunez in game 1 of this World Series, his only home run of this postseason. Now it's a full count. And another baseball that's going to be put out of play.
Will he trust the slider that he threw the first pitch on 3-2, or will he stay with the heater? I tell you, with the way that Nunez swung 3-0 and 3-1, He really tempted to be throwing that 3-2 slider, see if he could expand the zone and get him to swing and miss.
3-2 on the way. Right side. Freeze can't make the play. Base hit. Leadoff man is on for Boston here in the 15th inning. And another ball that Nunez hits to the right side, and Freeze went way to his right and may have played that into a hit.
Yeah, you see how far he was playing in the shift and really overdove. The ball ended up being at his hip almost, or just the inside of his arm. I think Nunez just got the golden touch when he makes things happen some way, somehow.
Well, the other part of that is watching it live as Jackie Bradley Jr. steps in. Muncy was going to it. If Freeze goes to the bag, they have a clear shot and an out. Instead, Freeze can't make the play, and the go-ahead run is on with nobody out for Jackie Bradley Jr. A block by Barnes on ball one. Try to give you a look at what I'm talking about on that ground ball off the bat of Nunez. He's still not running well. Here comes a 1-0 to Bradley. Down, ball two. Watch this play. And Freeze cut it off before Muncy was able to make a play on the ball.
Yeah, even if Freeze came up with that cleanly, I don't think they could have got Nunez, who was running pretty good down the first base line, trying to make the throw to Maeda.
Opportunity here for Bradley, up on the count, 2-0, now 2-1.
Well, in a year that has been defined by the home run, and you certainly can understand it because more home runs are being hit than ever, this game might be known for the contact play and the ball that never left the infield. Seeing a few of those late here.
Bradley waits for a 2-1. Checked his swing on ball three, and Kenta Maeda does not look sharp here in the 15th.
Well, he's not getting any of the hitters so far to kind of go after those off-speed pitch.
Julio Urias, who's looked so good. The 22-year-old left-hander worked in both game one and game two at Fenway. Coming back from shoulder surgery. Not in there. Maeda is, and here comes a 3-1 pitch. A walk to put two on with nobody out. And the stomach has got to be turning for Dave Roberts. An infield hit, a walk, and here is Christian Vasquez. And the Dodger infielders are looking into the dugout to see what Dave Roberts and crew want them to do. They are shortened up.
The next two hitters don't have a lot of speed, and understandably so. Two catchers that are in the game for the Red Sox. But there is speed on the bases, that's for sure.
Nunez, the lead runner. And Machado gets in behind him. So you've got Vasquez up now, and the catcher Sandy Leon on deck. And again, the ball has not left the infield, and the Red Sox have opportunity, a golden one here in the 15th. Down for ball one. He's been behind each of the three hitters he's faced. Bullpen is quiet for Dave Roberts. Here's a bunt. It's a good one. Throw to third. Got him. What an aggressive play by Maeda. And a pretty good bunt by Vasquez, and Maeda just whirled and threw a strike.
That's unbelievably aggressive under the circumstances. You've got to be so on point and mechanically sound.
We'll see if the Red Sox want a challenge. And he was out from that look.
I mean, you practiced this in spring training. That's 6 months ago. And under the heat of a World Series game in extra innings, you have him struggling to throw the pitch where you want to. He delivered a strike to Turner, and Turner read it perfectly, trusting the athleticism of his pitcher.
That was just good bunt and perfect execution by the Dodgers defensively.
Absolutely. The right play all the way around. The right play on the bunt, the right play on the execution from Maeda.
Now 2 on, 1 out. And Leon, who doubled in his only at bat tonight, takes a strike. First time Maeda's been ahead. There are the numbers in the postseason.
The reason that's the right strategy, second and third with Leon up, you weren't going to walk him to pitch to Betts.
On the outside corner, Leon doesn't agree. 0-2.
You'll take a strikeout, but what you really want from Maeda is a ground ball to second, make a turn 2 and not face Betts. That's really what you're thinking about. How do I induce a ground ball right here?
Good job by Leon to spoil it. Another 0-2 pitch. Leon strikes out. And after all of these 2-out runs that the Red Sox have been able to score in this World Series, nasty pitch from Maeda for the strikeout and a good look to get Leon. Boston is looking for a 2-out RBI hit by Mookie Betts.
Mookie Betts surprised everybody last time up, swinging at the first pitch. He usually does not swing at the first pitch and doesn't have a lot of success, but with runners on, you can't rule that off the table if you're the Dodgers.
There's a strike. Boston in this World Series has scored 10 of their 14 runs with 2 out. And who better for Boston to have at the plate than Betts, who was intentionally walked his last time up, 0 for 5. He went strike 2. Kenta Maeda put 2 on with nobody out. It's now 2 on with 2 out and an 0-2 count on Mookie Betts. This crowd has been great and in it from the beginning over 6 hours ago. Good rip by Betts on an 0-2 pitch. In the bottom of this inning, it'll be Muncy, Machado, and Bellinger. Now a meeting on the mound. Worried about the signs with the runner at second base. There's been a lot of talk of that this postseason, and some talk about that during this World Series, with the Red Sox thinking that Machado was giving signs to Puig back in Boston. Another 0-2 pitch. Good block by Barnes.
And again, this is what Betts does. I know he doesn't have a hit to show for it tonight, 0 for 5. Just so disciplined with 2 strikes. 0-2 now to 2-2. The last thing Maeda what really wants to do is go to 3-2 and give everybody a head start running on 2 outs, 3-2. But
the lead runner can fly. It's Jackie Bradley Jr. Betts trying to untie game 3. He struck him out. And Mookie Betts argues as game 3 stays tied at 2. Big bats coming up for the Dodgers. Bottom of the 15th. What a night. Bottom of the 15th, and Muncy, who's been on base each of his last 2 times to the plate, will lead it off. Nobody up in the bullpen for the Red Sox as Nathan Eovaldi goes back out to work. He's thrown 49 pitches in his 4th inning of work now.
Yeah, at some point, this is the danger period of fatigue when you pitch 2 days in a row, day off, and now you couple it with a long outing and a stressful outing.
Muncy, good breaking ball from Eovaldi, who will be a free agent. We talked to him before the game, and he said, I can't even think about next year. There are people to handle that. I'll do my business on the field. We'll see where he ends up in 2019. Right now, he's on the mound in the 15th in Game 3. Muncy takes the ball.
And these guys obviously getting a look at that breaking ball, and he'll throw an occasional split. But the fastball, see the velocity that he's maintained. Again, in a perfect world, he doesn't come into today's game, and he was slated to start Game 4, but now he's earning all of his work here in Game 3.
2-1. Down 3-1. 35 home runs during the regular season for Max Muncy. A big surprise for the Dodgers, and arguably the biggest surprise in baseball this year. He's added 2 more in the postseason. He has the count in his favor, 3-1. Full count.
Such a great backdoor cutter. Basically trying to get the outside part of the plate and have this ball stay there, look like a ball, and then catch the corner. What a pitch. 3-1.
Just battling is Nathan Eovaldi. Here comes a 3-2. Anything on the ground for Muncy from about the shortstop position over toward third would be a real test for Nunez. He's not only way off the line, but he's deep. Another 3-2 pitch.
The goal for the Red Sox when they got Eovaldi was to get him out of the center with all of his pitches. So he pitches up a lot better with that velocity, and then throws that breaking ball, power breaking ball. And he's been utilizing that new theory to some successful outings.
Muncy making Eovaldi work. You know who's working? The organist.
I know. I told you he's on. I don't know if they've switched. They may have brought in a reliever, but
it's Dieter Rule. He does a great job here at Dodger Stadium. He can play some random stuff, and he can play the organ. He's working hard. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Max Muncy, and Eovaldi wants Leon to go through the signs again. Down the line and right at the track. It is foul. Muncy was going down the line, pleading with it, just watching as he hooked it, home run distance, but on the right side of the foul ball.
Wow.
And now Alex Cora is going to come into the. He's gone past the on deck circle, talking to the home plate umpire. And Whatever his brief conversation with Ted Barrett was about, he's satisfied as he goes back to the dugout as Max Muncy came within, I don't know, a few feet, 10 feet, whatever it was, down the line of ending this one. Red Sox leading 2-0. Here's a 3-2. Struck him out. From a near game-winning home run to the next pitch, a strikeout.
Running it back. Close pitch is fouled off, and then 3-1 pitch gets him back in the count. And the same 3-1 pitch he threw was the 3-2 pitch he got Muncy to expand the zone after this to the strikeout.
I mean, by a matter of feet, foul down the right field line, and kind of a little acknowledgement nod out to Eovaldi, who won that battle. Not without a scare. Here's Machado, who gets yet another at bat. Ball one down. Singled off the wall in the 6th. He is 1 for 6. And his postseason average now sitting at 246. A free agent to be. Ahead on the count, 2-0.
Based on Nunez making things happen, the guy that makes things happen for the Dodgers has been Puig. He's the 3rd hitter in this inning. If they can find a way to get one guy on.
2-0 off the end of the bat. By time, this is now officially the longest postseason game ever. 6 hours, 25 minutes. On Friday night, October the 26th. Game 3. Two-1. 3 balls and a strike. I mean, Eovaldi is grunting and giving it all he's got. At some point, you wonder when he runs out of gas.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I give him a lot of credit for all that he's done, having pitched game 1, game 2, day off, and now looking like 5 innings might not be enough.
Now at 3-1, Machado takes a strike after discarding the bat, thinking he had drawn a walk. It's a full count. Now a 3-2 pitch to Manny Machado. Off the end of the bat, fooled him. Coming to get it is Kinsler. 2 out, and the batter will be Bellinger.
Center fielder number 35, Cody Bellinger.
Cody Bellinger with 1 hit. Made one of the big defensive plays of the game. Throwing out Ian Kinsler at the plate back in the 10th. Leans back from ball 1. ball and a strike.
This game keeps going. We're going to get one in the booth. It's almost impossible where we're at, but I got you covered. Thanks.
1 ball, 1 strike. These guys are up there just trying to launch and end the night. Muncy came close. Machado popped up. Big swing and a foul. 99 still from Eovaldi. Just blown away by this guy. Just to get ready to pitch in game 1, get ready to pitch in game 2. The travel day, come here not knowing if he's gonna work tonight, start tomorrow, and he's been great. 68 pitches at least. Here is pitch number 68. Cody Bellinger. Team 2. Longest game by time ever, 8 hours, 6 minutes, a 25-inning affair between the White Sox and the Brewers, May of '84. So pull up a chair. We're just getting started. Here's a 2-2. Got him on the inside corner, and Nathan Eovaldi keeps on rolling. Now to the 16th after Max Muncy came oh so close. We'll keep updating these numbers as we go as Kenta Maeda got out of a 2-on nobody out jam last inning with a good defensive play on a bunt by Vasquez. Got the lead runner at third, then did the rest. And it'll be Bogarts, then Eovaldi, the pitcher, and he's in the on-deck circle. And then Kinsler. Bogarts hit 23 home runs during the regular season, 1 added to it from this postseason. 6 RBIs, hitting .224 tonight. Not having any fun, 0 for 6. Maeda gets it by him upstairs at 93. Maeda's been a starter. He's been a reliever, and maybe Bogarts pulled something here. Talking to himself.
He was looking at that knee calf area. Big swing. You know what he's been trying to do, as have a lot of the players been trying to do.
And he's in pain.
said this, it seemed like 2 hours ago.
It might have been.
Will this be an expensive win or a costly loss for the Red Sox with what they've had to use to get to this point?
I mean, if they win, they don't care.
They don't. You're right.
And then they go up 3-0, and you know, whoever starts tomorrow. But if they don't win, as Eovaldi has thrown 69 pitches, and then you have all this unknown around tomorrow's starter. You do have Sale waiting for a game 5. Here's an 0-2 and a strikeout starts the 16th. And I'll say it again. I know we repeat ourselves, but we've been on for over 6 hours, so that's bound to happen. Alex Cora just threw the name Chris Sale out there with regard to tomorrow. I think right now, if it's not him, and I don't expect it to be, the left-hander Eduardo Rodriguez is probably the likely candidate, or Pomeranz.
Pomeranz, yeah. They were utilizing Pomeranz in between series, throwing simulated games, keeping himself available for a situation when activated.
Eovaldi takes a strike. Rodriguez came on in the 5th inning for 1 hitter through 6 to strike out Jock Peterson. Here's a 1-1. 1-2. Kinsler will be next.
I'm not sure Maeda was convinced he's not going to swing. He hasn't shown any attempts to swing. But he went with the 1-2 slider there and missed.
So the young left-hander Urias getting loose. That's strike 3. 2 out. And Ian Kinsler, who started this season south of here with the Angels. No stranger to World Series play. A nice addition to this Red Sox roster during the year. They kept waiting for Dustin Pedroia, hoping for Dustin Pedroia to get healthy. It just never came around, the knee. So Kinsler got a lot of work down the stretch. Here he is with 2 out, nobody on. Trying to launch like everybody else. Strike 1. Back, strike 2, and Kenta Maeda could strike out the side. He has struck out 4 through an inning and 2/3.
And this incredible crowd's been on their feet at least 40% of the time. They're on their feet again.
0-2. Foul back, and Kinsler not cutting down his swing. On deck is Brock Holt. The majority of the big bats are still in the lineup for the Dodgers. Some big bats are gone for Boston, notably J.D. Martinez, Andrew Benintendi, Devers, who can hit a home run, Moreland. 0-2 from Maeda. Struck him out and struck out the side. Bottom of the 16th with Puig, Barnes, Freese coming up, tied at 2. Back after this from your local Fox station. is back to work. He's thrown 69 pitches after throwing 16 in game 1, 13 in game 2. Travel day. Now this. Here's Puig. You know what he's thinking about. That, a big swing. I mean, John, everybody's going up to the plate just trying to launch a home run.
Well, that doesn't change from the regular season. So even though we're in the postseason, this is what happens. And that's why some of the longer games go the length they do, because everyone is trying to put a point on the board and go home. If Puig gets on base, his threat and his ability to run would do a lot more damage minus hitting a home run. So trying to get on base right here. Pops it up. Won't happen.
Long run in, and then stumbling over the mound is Nunez. You've got two fielders on the left side of the infield for the Red Sox who have leg injuries. And every time we show Nunez, he's on the ground.
He's on the ground. I've never understood it. Pitchers on the mound, used to it. See that a lot. Infielders coming across, trying to avoid that angle, and usually that's what happens.
The batter will be Barnes. We'll go to Tom Verducci after the first pitch. 72nd pitch out of the bullpen. Tom Verducci, that is a lot for Nathan Eovaldi.
Joe, we are seeing an extraordinary effort under any circumstance, but especially you consider what's behind and what's ahead of Nathan Eovaldi. 2 Tommy John surgeries, a flexor tendon surgery, and oh, by the way, when this series ends, he will become a free agent. The chance to really make a lot of money given his extraordinary breakout this year. Pitching for the 3rd consecutive game, as you mentioned now. The pitch count at 73. I can't think of anything other than just extraordinary.
2-0 the count. Picked up from the Rays in season. And when this season is over, the Red Sox will shove him into free agency with the needle on empty.
Yeah, but if they win a ring, it would be a road well traveled.
That is outside. The count 3-1. Eovaldi, by the way, is not bothered by this at all. We talked to him before the game. He's all in. I'm sure they're talking to him in the dugout after he comes off after these half innings, but he's all for it. He was before tonight's game. Doesn't mind how he's being used. 3-1. Barnes jammed on a good pitch.
Can I just say, the one part of this field that we take advantage of, the umpires in a game like this, they don't get to sit down. Every player stands out there and goes to get sit down. The umpires have done a nice job, and it's a long game for Ted Barrett behind the plate and all the guys who are standing out there as well.
And having to stay on their toes and into the action. A call may come their way that could change the outcome of this game. Here comes a 3-2. Fly ball into center, easy for Bradley. It's big swing after big swing after big swing. And here's a guy who knows about big swings in a World Series game. David Freese. Second at bat for Freese. He grounded back to Eovaldi. Just to put it in perspective, Freese didn't get into this game until the 14th inning, and he's facing Nathan Eovaldi for the 2nd time. And Eovaldi made a great play on a ball that Freese scorched back up the middle for the first out in the 14th. Big swing and a foul. World Series Game 6. After tying the game in the 9th inning with a 2-run triple, he wins the game to force a Game 7 with a walk-off home run in the 11th. Cardinals won the next night and beat the Texas Rangers. Freese was the NLCS MVP and the World Series MVP. 2 quick strikes, 79 pitches from Eovaldi.
Well, folks from the UCLA game, come on over. That game's over. And this one's still playing.
And anything east of here is over. 0-2. Struck him out. Eovaldi gets through another scoreless inning. On we go to the 17th, tied at 2. Dodgers is Julio Urias. We've seen some crazy stuff here tonight. Eduardo Nunez getting flipped on a stolen base, then Eduardo Nunez getting flipped on a foul that he caught, then on a pop-up on the infield. He takes a dive after stumbling on the mound. And, oh, by the way, he will hit here in this 17th inning. It'll be Holt, Nunez, and Bradley against Julio Urias, the 22-year-old left-hander.
That's just amazing to know not only what Julio Urias was doing most of the year, now to be in this position.
3 games, 4 innings pitched, 7 strikeouts, working his way back from shoulder surgery. And here he is, pitched well in the NLCS and now working in the World Series for the 3rd straight game. Ball 1 outside to Brock Holt. Holt's one of the guys that can turn in a good at bat, not just up there trying to pump one out of here. He's been on base a couple of times, stolen a base, scored a run. 1-0 pitch off the end of the bat into right center field, and Bellinger has out number 1. Good work by Maeda, John, as it turned out. 2 innings, no runs, 1 hit, 5 strikeouts, and the crowd is cheering because of that. It is now Saturday, October 27th. That in the Pacific time zone, which freaks our producer Pete Macheska out. Everything's got to be Eastern. Here is Nunez. 69 degrees now, I'm told. It's dropped 9 degrees since the start of the game. As Nunez is trying to make some more action happen. He has a couple of singles his last 2 times up. Not this time. Little pop up on the right side. Muncy. 2 out.
Those are the kind of stress-free outs when you're on the mound you like. You don't want rockets hit or runners on. And with the exception of first and second, nobody out, and the Red Sox trying that bunt, and a great play by Maeda, this has been relatively easy sledding as far as defensive plays or soft hit ball.
Well, here is Jackie Bradley Jr. His home run in the 8th inning tied the game. Came with 2 out, facing the lefty. Ball 1 down and away. He's also been on with a walk and a single, so 2 for 5. Batting with 2 out, nobody on. It was a 2 out, nobody on home run he hit in the 8th. Here's a 1-0. A ball and a strike. In the bottom of the inning, it'll be Kike Hernandez to lead it off. And by my count, the pitcher's spot, then Turner. And that's right. Pitcher due up second. In the bottom of this inning, the count 2-1.
Well, at some point now, the Dodgers are going to have a pitcher hit. Still have Alex Wood available.
He's the last guy standing in the Dodger bullpen. One lefty left for the Red Sox, and that's Pomeranz. As Jackie Bradley Jr.'s up on the count 3-1. Christian Vasquez on deck. Long night behind the plate. Now he's playing first base defensively. What does Urias feature on 3-1? Bradley looking for something to smoke. And it's outside. A 2-out walk. It's the 4th time that Bradley's been on base tonight.
Besides the obvious maneuvering each club, I got to give these managers credit. They stay in the same spots. I'd be moving all over the place. My team hadn't scored, and I'm finding a hot spot or something. But they don't. They stay right there, their vantage point. They're leading their team, making decisions. Like this is a situation now where Bradley is going to try his best to make it tough on Urias, to make him think that he's going to steal, and maybe Vasquez can get a pitch that isn't thrown as well with that stress of a speed guy at first base.
Vasquez 1 for 6. And now Bradley sees the good pickoff move to first by Urias. It's Tom Goodwin making David Freese laugh over at first base. And the lead a little shorter this time.
Alex Wood getting hot as quick as he can, just in case.
Urias misses outside. And a ball to Christian Vasquez, who hit 3 home runs during the regular season, has 1 in the post. now the lead even shorter.
But that's exactly what you want if you're the Red Sox and Bradley. Just make it as painfully hard on Urias to make the quality pitches when he does go home to the batter at the plate.
Off the end of the bat, that stays fair, and that ends the top of the 17th. Good change of speeds from the young left-hander, Urias. And now the Red Sox have left 9, and we're still tied at 2. Well, there you go. We'll take his score sheet.
Where is he? What section?
And some jackets as the temperature has dropped. There's the aforementioned Jerry Turner. And if they're not superstitious with their manager, I think they're superstitious with that along the railing.
Whatever it takes on either side.
Well, this will be interesting in this inning as ball 1 is inside. Clayton Kershaw has come into the on-deck circle with Urias due up second in this 17th inning. Kike Hernandez base hit in the 14th inning. And obviously was stranded. That is down as pitch count is up to 82, and there's nobody up in the bullpen for Boston. Again, they only have Drew Pomeranz down there. This is a 7-hour game. Another big swing on 2-0 and a pop-up on the infield. 1 down. And that means that Clayton Kershaw will swing the bat as opposed to trying to drop down a bunt. Everybody's just trying to end it with 1 swing.
Yes, they are.
And I get it. I mean, I know you want to be the hero and all of that, but there just have been hitters counts, huge swings and pop-ups all over these last 4 or 5 innings.
Well, the one position now that it's a great spot for Kershaw. He's got nothing to lose, everything to gain. See if he takes a strike.
He does. Kershaw batting for Urias, who goes 1 inning, allowed a walk. That's it. The rest zeros. Late swing and a miss by Kershaw, strike 2. Now the fans are worn out.
They are worn out. You can understand it.
They've been making noise all night as Kershaw fouls it back. This place would go nuts if he got on base somehow.
He goes into a little grind mode too with 2 strikes, not quite like his teammate Rich Hill, who we think will pitch tomorrow, but
who knows?
Who knows?
No balls, 2 strikes on Kershaw with Turner on deck. And a fly ball into right center will carry to Betts. 2 out. The last Dodgers pitcher used as a pinch hitter in a postseason game, the late great Don Drysdale, batting for Sandy Koufax in Game 2 of the '65 World Series, struck out against our friend Jim Cobb. In this case, it was Kershaw batting for Urias, and he flies out against Eovaldi. And the batter is Turner with 2 out, nobody on. Turner 2 hits tonight. Takes a strike. Here's the 0-1. Could not hold up, and they count 0-2.
Well, like Betts, 2 strikes, no problem for Turner.
Bases empty, 2 down, 0-2 the count. Red Sox have missed a couple of chances here. They had the bases loaded after they got their first lead of the night with that run in the 13th. 2 out. Couldn't get another hit. Strikeout, 96 from Eovaldi, and his heroics continue. We go to the 18th inning.
Did you say the 18th?
18th inning. We go to the 18th inning. Tied 2-2. Alex Wood in a 2-2 game, 18th inning now. Here are the numbers. Good regular season, 0-1 record in the postseason. You see the earned runs. He has given up 3 home runs, 2 to lefties. He will work to Leone, Betts, and Bogarts. Good bats here for the Red Sox in a 2-2 game. That is down for ball 1. That is outside for ball 2.
Alex Wood is obviously had plenty of starter experience.
That's foul.
And he may have to draw on that again, even though he's been pitching out of the bullpen for the latter part of the season with the Dodgers. You'd like to kind of check in and atone for some of the home runs he's given up this postseason. He'd like nothing better than put up a 0.
That is down, and the count 3-1. Betts on deck. A leadoff walk from Alex Wood. An opportunity knocks yet again for the Boston Red Sox. Here's the postseason for Wood. Freddie Freeman, game 3 of the division series in Atlanta. Travis Shaw took him deep in the NLCS in Milwaukee, and then game 1. A 1-run game became a 4-run game on a pinch hit 3-run home run by Nunez.
Show you how crazy of a year it's been. Those were the first 2 home runs that Wood gave up to left-handers all year.
Here's Betts. A ball up and away from Wood. Betts, another guy who will make a pitcher work for an out. Shoots it foul right side. Strike 1. Remember this, it's Betts now. It's Bogarts on deck. And then Eovaldi's spot. So the Red Sox want to get it done here with their best hitter. Ball 2.
That's why, from a strategy standpoint, you want to have at least 1 out in the next 2 batters. You got to get 1.
Here's a 2-1 pitch. That missed. A borderline pitch, doesn't get the call. The count 3-1.
That's a good pitch right here by Alex.
Dangerous pitch coming. Opportunity for Boston. 3-1 pitch to the shortstop. Machado out at second, and no chance to turn 2 with the speed of Betts. So Betts bounces into the force out. Machado to Muncy. And the batter will be Bogarts.
Well, now that that out has been recorded, the reason I was saying it's so important to get at least 1 out in the next 2 hitters is because of what you mentioned with Eovaldi being on deck.
Well, right now, and there's Nathan. Nobody is up for Boston in their bullpen. Here's Bogarts. Like he might have tweaked something, his lower body in his last at bat, but able to continue and looks fine.
Yeah, obviously don't know, but it looks like he was dealing with some kind of cramp or cramping.
Now the runner at first is Betts. He would love to do some running if he gets the chance. He stole 30 during the regular season. He has stolen 1 this postseason, which came in the first inning of game 1.
Pretty sure if he steals here, Dave Roberts would just walk Bogarts.
On the outside corner for a strike. Betts on his toes, ready to go if he gets a jump and he draws another throw. There's Uvalde, he's next, and after him it's Kinsler. Breaking ball misses, a ball and a strike. Wonder what the bars are doing in Boston. 3:20 in the morning. They kicked them out. Let them stay. Let them stay. 1-1 pitch. Down and in, 2-1. Again, Xander popped 23 home runs during the regular season. You got the pitcher on deck, counting the hitter's favor and a throw to first. Good pitch down and away. Fooled him. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, great changeup there. Alex Wood relies on the funkiness of his mechanics and the funkiness of his pitches. There's the changeup. He's known for his slider, and that slider down and in is the one pitch that Nunez was able to hit for that unbelievable pinch hit 3-run homer.
Here comes a 2-2. Left side, Machado, Muncy, and got them both for a double play. Scoreless inning put up by Alex Wood. Big bats coming up again. Muncy, Machado, Bellinger back after this from your local Fox station. Nathan Eovaldi has been terrific, wonderful, brilliant. 90 pitches in relief. Unbelievable. Here's Max Muncy. Outside for ball one. Muncy came close his last time up. Hit one down the right field line that just went foul. Brian Dozier doing anything he can think of. Try to change the Dodgers' luck. Down 2 games to none. 2-2, 18th inning. Muncy 2-0, and look at Eovaldi still throwing 98. Finally, somebody is up for Boston in their bullpen. That's the left-hander, Drew Pomeranz. Muncy takes ball 3.
One of these teams is going to have an incredible adrenaline rush when this game ends.
.30 pitch. 3-1. 98 in his 7th inning of work.
I remember Mr. Roger Clemens pitching about 7 innings in an 18-inning game. 2004, maybe.
Here comes a 3-1 to Muncy. Full count as Eovaldi tries to battle back. I mean, if the Red Sox end up winning this game, where does Nathan Eovaldi go down in Red Sox lore? I mean, this is...
Well, he'll be the MVP of the series for sure. If they win it in 4. But you're right. I mean,
postseason has a way of identifying the elite. And at 96, Eovaldi sees Muncy foul it back to the screen. I mean, you're talking about basically 100 pitches out of the bullpen. This will be number 97. And the effort and the results are incredible by this veteran right-hander.
Yeah, in an ideal situation, this would have been the numbers you're looking for his Game 4 start, but it ends up being almost a Game 3 start.
Muncy flies one in the air to left center. Back at the wall, and there's gone! It's over! Muncy, a walk-off home run to win Game 3 in the 18th. Night. The most unlikely story of the Major League Baseball season, Max Muncy, let go by the A's a couple of seasons ago. Went to work with his dad to reconfigure his swing. Had a good year in the minor leagues last year with the Dodgers, but they didn't think enough of his season to activate him for the postseason, so he watched with everybody else. Started the season in the minor leagues. And he just gave the Dodgers the biggest swing of his life at the end of a 35 home run season. And tonight, at the end of a 7-hour, 20-minute game, the Red Sox lead this series 2 games to 1.
That's unbelievable. And I said that adrenaline rush was going to be had by somebody. And now the Dodgers not only feel like this game and the patience, again, the patience of the Dodgers You got to think that they feel really, really good about the twist and turn now in the series with all that had to have happen for the Red Sox. What a game.
On a chilly evening, able to get it out of here the other way. And in the 18th inning, over 7 hours after it began, Max Muncy is the hero. What a night. What an early morning. Let's go down to Ken Rosenthal.
Joe, thanks a lot. Max, this game took over 7 hours, 18 innings. When you strode to the plate for that final at bat, what's going through your mind?
I just wanted to have another good at bat. I felt really good off from the first 2 at bats. Felt like I've seen him well. You know, he pitched lights out. He was unbelievable. He was spotting everything he wanted, and he was getting us all over the place. But you know, I was feeling good about my at bats, and I was feeling good about that one. Got up 3-0. He fought back, and he kind of went the same sequence as the at bat before. He tried to go backdoor cutter. So.
I guess it's refreshing at this point.
Yeah, although it's kind of waking me up. I don't want to do that right now. I want to go to sleep. It's a long game.
Max, the 15th. It looked like you hit one out there. What did you think? Did you think it was going to go fair?
I thought I had it. I really thought I had it, but just barely got foul. And then he made a good pitch. Like I said, he went the backdoor cutter. I was kind of defeating at that point, but I was able to get up there and get another shot.
I know it's probably hard to think right now, but you're down 2-1. They've used their pitching staff an awful lot. How do you like your chances the rest of this series?
Feel good. You know, we got Richie going tomorrow. We got Dick Mountain. He's you know, he's been great the last couple starts, and I got a feeling he's going to be unbelievable tomorrow. And I'm looking forward to it.
Max, congratulations. Thank you very much. Joe, back to you.
Kenny, thank you. He's now on a list with 3 others for a Dodgers walk-off hit in World Series history. Lavagetto in 47, Jackie Robinson in 56, Kirk Gibson, the pinch hit home run of Dennis Eckersley in 1988, and Max Muncy goes opposite field to end Game 3 and put the Dodgers on the board, down 2-1, and end a long Game 3. What a night.
It really was. It was some of the craziest stuff and some of the greatest performances that we'll see in a long time by a lot of different players.
It came down to a battle between Max Muncy and Nathan Eovaldi, who ends up the tough luck loser. Wood gets the win. These guys are coming up right after this break as the Dodgers win it in 18, 3-2. Max Muncy. He's the latest Dodger hero. Stick around for our post-game show right after this. 3-2 LA.